Welcome to a quiet space of rest, where the busyness of the day begins to soften and fade away. As the opening screen gently transitions and fades to darkness, you are invited to let your body settle into comfortable stillness, resting your head deeply into the soft support of your pillow and letting your breathing slow to an easy, natural rhythm. Tonight, we journey across time and geography to the arid plateaus of ancient Persia, a landscape defined by vast desert horizons, sun-baked mountain ranges, and a quiet human ingenuity born thousands of years ago. Above ground, the afternoon air carries the warmth of the sun and the gentle whisper of dry desert winds moving over stone. Yet just beneath this sun-warmed earth lies a hidden realm of cool, dark tranquility, where pure mountain water has traveled silently across generations. Here, away from the bright glare of the upper world, an ancient architecture of stillness holds a gentle stream in unbroken balance, carrying life to distant oases with effortless, soothing grace. Imagine stepping downward into this subterranean sanctuary, leaving behind the warmth and noise of the surface. Deep beneath the earth, the temperature drops softly into a constant, soothing cool, smelling faintly of rich damp clay and aged stone. In these peaceful depths, master engineers of long ago carved intricate subterranean aqueducts to capture snowmelt from high mountain aquifers. Engineered with a slope of just 1 meter of drop for every 1,000 meters of distance, the 3,000-year-old Qanat of Gonabad slowly guides subterranean mountain snowmelt through 33 kilometers of dark clay tunnels without creating a single splash of turbulence. This astonishingly gentle incline ensures that the water glides in smooth, glassy silence, advancing steadily without any rushing, splashing, or agitation. There are no sudden drops or turbulent currents in this underground channel, only a serene, unbroken ribbon of water moving in complete harmony with gravity's mildest pull. The journey of this subterranean stream is a timeless study in patience and harmony, originating high among the winter snows of distant mountain ranges. The melted waters sink deep into the Earth's natural rock layers before finding their way into the hand-carved entrance of the Qanat. As the stream moves through the dark clay tunnels, completely shielded from the fierce desert heat and drying winds, it maintains a remarkably stable, refreshing temperature year after year. Vertical ventilation shafts, carefully dug at regular intervals along its path, allow the quiet earth to breathe, drawing gentle currents of fresh air down into the darkness. Standing in the stillness of these subterranean passages, the sound of the water is nothing more than a faint, rhythmic murmur, echoing softly against the smooth clay walls as it flows ever forward. Unhurried and entirely dependable, the underground river continues its long, silent pilgrimage through the dark soil. As you rest here, listening to the calm and steady progression of this ancient waterway, allow your mind to slow down and match its serene cadence. Just like the clear waters flowing beneath the Iranian plateau, moving effortlessly across miles of subterranean quiet without a single moment of unrest, your thoughts can release all tension and urgency. The world on the surface may change with the passing hours, but deep within the sanctuary of the earth, the Qanat flows on in eternal, quiet grace. Surrender to this feeling of cool, protected stillness, letting the gentle rhythm of the underground stream carry you into a peaceful state of rest. As you drift softly and comfortably towards sleep. Beneath the sun-warmed expanse of the ancient Persian plateau, a quiet world rests in eternal shadow. High above, the arid wind sweeps gently across dunes and rocky foothills, while deep within the earth, a soft and timeless murmur carries life through the dark. For thousands of years, patient hands carved narrow tunnels into the alluvial fan at the foot of distant mountains, inviting melted snow and hidden mountain aquifers to begin a long, serene journey toward the valley below. These subterranean watercourses, known as Qanats, move without pumps or noise, guided only by the gentle curvature of the land and the silent pull of physics. To walk upon the desert surface is to tread over an invisible, cooling river that flows steadily through the stillness of time. In the peaceful solitude of these underground passages, the air smells softly of damp soil and cool stone, providing a sanctuary of quiet harmony far beneath the shimmering heat of the day. The subterranean channels drift through stone and soil, cradling water that has traveled through layer upon layer of ancient strata, bringing soft moisture to distant gardens where pomegranates and figs quietly bloom in the sun. It is a system born not of force, but of listening closely to the subtle incline of the earth. The enduring presence of these subterranean streams was nurtured long ago by a profound vision of generational harmony and peace. More than 2 millennia passed, as communities sought to establish stable settlements in arid lands. Ancient monarchs recognized that water was the true foundation of life and community stability. As recorded by the ancient historian Polybius, Achaemenid Persian rulers incentivized desert settlement over 2,200 years ago by decreeing that anyone who constructed a new subterranean Qanat retained exclusive, tax-free profits from the irrigated land for 5 full generations. This thoughtful decree allowed families to dedicate decades of quiet craftsmanship to digging vertical shafts and lining horizontal tunnels, safe in the knowledge that their labor would shelter and nourish their descendants for over a century. Fathers passed their subterranean instruments and deep knowledge of water divining down to their sons, knowing that each foot of cool tunnel carved into the dark was a gift of life to those yet unborn. As green oases blossomed across the dry expanse, villages flourished with an enduring sense of calm and permanence. The tax-free promise bound generations to the earth in gentle stewardship, creating a culture of deep patience where time was measured not in seasons, but in the long, quiet lifespan of subterranean streams. Deep beneath the village of Artistan, where 2 distinct channels rest one above the other in intricate engineering, the water glides in total stillness. Because Qanat channels rely purely on gravity and flow tens of meters beneath the desert floor, water within dual-story channels, like the Qanat of Ardistan, maintains a serene, constant temperature of around 16 degrees Celsius throughout the year, untouched by the harsh freezing winds of desert winters or the sweltering heat of summer afternoons. This subterranean temperature remains wonderfully balanced, offering a steadfast sanctuary of coolness. The gentle stream flows along smooth stone beds, carrying its constant, soothing chill through the darkness toward the surface output. When the water finally emerges at the mouth of the channel into the open air of dusk, a soft mist rises to greet the quiet evening air. It spills into peaceful reflection pools and narrow irrigation channels, filling the night with the rhythmic, gentle sound of trickling water. Sitting beside these ancient outlets as stars fill the expansive desert sky, one can feel the timeless rhythm of an engineering masterpiece that continues to breathe softly beneath the earth, lulling the land into a deep and tranquil rest. As dusk settles gently over the high plateau of Fars, a serene quiet descends upon the ancient stone terrace of Persepolis. Beneath the vast, open sky and the protective shadow of Ramat, the mountain of mercy, the evening breeze softens, carrying the faint, soothing scent of dry earth, wild thyme, and cool mountain water. High above the valley floor, the monumental staircases, carved reliefs, and lofty stone pillars rest in monumental calm, illuminated by the fading golden light. Yet beneath this visible grandeur lies an invisible world of peaceful motion, a hidden sanctuary where water flows in soft darkness, carrying life and coolness through the heart of the dry plateau. Long before the great reception halls were raised toward the heavens, ancient Persian engineers turned their thoughts to the silent movement of water, knowing that true architectural harmony required a balance between the sunlit structures above and the subterranean earth below. In the stillness of twilight, one can imagine the gentle, rhythmic pulse of the earth as pure meltwater from distant mountain crags begins its slow, dark journey downward into the subterranean passages. Engineered around 518 BCE under the reign of Darius the Great, the palace terrace of Persepolis was constructed over an intricate network of underground stone channels up to 2 meters wide, which silently carried fresh mountain runoff to royal gardens while protecting the mud brick architecture above from winter rains. These subterranean conduits, hewn directly into the bedrock with extraordinary precision, formed a vast subterranean web beneath the feet of ancient courtiers and travelers. When heavy seasonal storms swept across the surrounding peaks, torrents of winter rain fell upon the upper stone courtyards, only to be guided smoothly and instantly into dark, gently sloped passages below. There, safe from the scouring winds and scorching summer sun, the mountain runoff moved in continuous, effortless tranquility. It flowed without a sound, filling the cool depths of the earth with a gentle, unseen murmur, a steady cadence that kept the delicate mud brick walls above dry and secure, while simultaneously gathering fresh water to nourish lush, verdant sanctuaries. Following the path of these subterranean currents in quiet imagination, one can feel the soothing coolness rising through the stone flagstones. The channels, wide enough for a person to walk upright, and crafted with meticulous stone masonry, provided far more than mere protection from seasonal downpours. They were a masterwork of environmental harmony. The fresh mountain runoff, naturally filtered as it journeyed through rock and soil, traveled along gradual inclines designed to prevent both erosion and stagnation. Deep within these shaded stone corridors, up to 2 meters wide, the water maintained a steady, comforting rhythm through every season of the year. This hidden supply sustained the deep roots of ancient cypress trees, sweet-scented rose gardens, and fruit orchards nestled within the palace walls, creating quiet microclimates of extraordinary peace. The contrast between the sun-baked plains beyond the terrace and the serene, cool air of the enclosed gardens was sustained entirely by this silent network working far below. As night deepens over the ancient plateau, the stars appear one by one, filling the clear desert sky with a soft, timeless glow. The air grows still and cool, and the surroundings settle into a deep, restful silence, accompanied only by the subtle memory of water moving through stone. Below the surface, the dark channels remain unchanged, holding the chill of mountain snows and the quiet wisdom of ancient craft. Each trickle of water moves at its own unhurried pace, carrying the peace of the high peaks into the heart of the terrace, wrapping the ancient landscape in a gentle, dreamlike stillness that invites deep and unbroken rest. As dusk settles softly over the high plateaus of ancient Persia, the dry evening wind begins to rest, leaving behind the lingering warmth of the sun-baked earth and inviting a serene, welcoming stillness. Beneath this vast expanse of arid mountains and quiet desert sands lies an invisible world of peaceful human ingenuity, where generations of patient craftsmen carved hidden subterranean paths for liquid life to travel without losing a single drop to the dry desert air above. In these protected underground channels, far removed from the glare and heat of the sun, the air is naturally crisp, damp, and perfectly still, carrying only the faint, rhythmic whisper of cool water moving gently through stone. Descending in thought away from the noise and activity of the surface day into this underground sanctuary, the atmosphere feels untouched by the relentless passage of centuries. The ambient temperature remains pleasantly cool and constant throughout the seasons, while the subtle, carefully calculated slope of the earth itself becomes a guiding hand, allowing cold mountain currents to embark on a long, undisturbed journey beneath the sleeping landscape, flowing in complete tranquility beneath the starlit sky. Among these subterranean achievements, none speaks more quietly of human endurance and profound harmony with nature than the legendary water network of Gonabad. Dating to the Achaemenid Empire over 2,500 years ago, the UNESCO-listed Cascades, Qanat in Gonabad descends from a mother well 300 meters deep, carrying subterranean mountain water through 33 kilometers of cool, quiet underground galleries. To imagine gazing down into such a profound depth is to look through time itself, reflecting upon the astonishing skill and patience of ancient master diggers known as muqannis, working in near silence with simple hand tools, small oil lamps, and an intuitive mastery of geology. These subterranean artisans systematically excavated vertical ventilation and access shafts at precise intervals across the desert surface. Step by step, shaft by shaft, they linked the deep, water-bearing alluvial deposits near the base of distant mountains to the thirsty, fertile valleys miles away. The mother well functions as the primary heart of the entire system, capturing pristine, naturally filtered water straight from the mountain aquifers far below the dry crust. Meanwhile, the vast network of dark galleries maintains an incredibly subtle incline, just steep enough to keep the water gliding gently forward, yet gentle enough to prevent erosion, allowing the subterranean stream to drift peacefully through eternal shadow, carrying life across vast distances without a single sound. Deep inside these long, vaulted earth conduits, the ambience remains profoundly calm, wrapped in a soft, enveloping darkness, and filled with the soothing acoustic echo of water moving continuously forward. As the hidden stream makes its slow passage across more than 30 kilometers of carved clay, gravel, and limestone, it maintains an unwavering oasis of coolness, while the desert world high above shifts between the heat of afternoon and the chill of night. The air within the galleries carries a clean, grounding fragrance of moist earth, cool minerals, and ancient stone, offering a peaceful retreat for the senses. Every drop of mountain melt follows a path so thoughtfully engineered that it remains completely untroubled by wind, heat, or evaporation, flowing smoothly and rhythmically until it eventually reaches the daylight at the Qanat's outlet. There, it gently fills the quiet turquoise basins, courtyard fountains, and shaded orchards of ancient desert towns, bringing a calm vitality to everything it touches. Listening to this unbroken subterranean current, one can easily drift along with the slow, steady pulse of a lifeline that has nourished the region for thousands of years, finding comfort in the quiet, enduring harmony between the deep earth and a deep, restful sleep. At the base of the Zagros Mountains, where ancient stone peaks reach gently toward the twilight sky, the landscape cradles a quiet, secret deep beneath its sun-warmed surface. High along the ridges, winter snows melt with unhurried grace, sinking slowly into the vast alluvial fans of gravel and sand that stretch across the high plateaus. This hidden reservoir moves without noise, filtering down through layers of porous earth until it rests in cool darkness, waiting patiently to be gathered. For thousands of years, master builders of Persia understood how to whisper to this water, guiding it across miles of dry terrain using nothing more than human patience and the natural slope of the land. The journey of a Qanat begins far upstream, where the mountain slopes meet the desert plain, deep below the surface at the highest point of the network. Here, far removed from the desert heat, the air is still and cool, filled with the soothing scent of damp clay and wet stone. Descending into these subterranean depths feels like entering a silent sanctuary, where time slows down to match the steady pace of the mountain's natural rhythms. To reach this precious water-bearing layer, master excavators sank vertical shafts straight down through the earth until they struck the underground water table, deep inside the primary mother well, or Matercha asterisk, near the foot of the Zagros Mountains. Subterranean tunnelers, known as asterisk muqanni, monitored air purity by watching the soft, steady flame of small castorol lamps flickering against moist gravel walls. If the delicate flame burned clear and warm, casting a quiet golden radiance across the wet stone, the workers knew the atmosphere was safe and pure. Working by the dim, comforting light of these tiny lamps, their movements were soft and measured, filling leather buckets with damp earth to be hauled upward through the vertical shafts. There was no rush in their labor, only a deep, rhythmic harmony passed down through generations of skilled craftsmen who knew the secrets of the soil. The small oil lamp served as both light and guardian, its quiet flame breathing gently in the dark, while the tunnelers carved out the channel inch by inch, creating a safe passage for the stream. As the asterisk Matercha gently breached the saturated gravels, water began to seep softly from every side, gathering into a clear pool at the base of the shaft. From this deep source, the subterranean channel was carved forward at an extraordinarily gentle gradient, engineered so that gravity alone would draw the water across miles of underground terrain toward distant oases. Moving silently through these covered conduits, the fresh water remained forever shielded from the harsh sun, keeping its crisp, cool temperature intact throughout its long journey. The subtle downward slope allowed the stream to flow smoothly without disturbing the clay bed below, establishing a peaceful rhythm beneath the sleeping countryside. In the deep quiet of the subterranean world, the faint sound of the trickling water created a soothing lullaby. This secret current carried life through the dark, bridging the quiet mountain peaks with the fragrant gardens waiting in the valley below. As evening settles over the desert, the surface world grows quiet, wrapped in the cool embrace of dusk. Yet, far below the resting villages, the Qanat continues its unceasing work, maintaining the same tranquil tempo it has kept for centuries. The memory of the asterisk muqanni remains woven into the very structure of the channel, written in the smooth curve of the stone walls and the steady inclination of the floor. The water flows on without pause, moving with an effortless grace that mirrors the slow turn of the night sky. In this subterranean quiet, the stream glides forward pure, clear, and calm, a soothing reminder of the peace found deep within the earth. Deep beneath the sun-baked plains of ancient Persia, where the fierce heat of the desert day yields to an enduring and cool tranquility. The subterranean world of the Qanat unfolds in silent, timeless majesty. Here, far below the rolling hills of gravel and silent expanses of sand, master excavators known as muqanni moved through narrow subterranean passages with a slow, measured grace born of generations of quiet wisdom, as they carved the hidden galleries that would gather life-giving water from mountain aquifers and guide it toward distant, thirsty oases. Every detail of their ancient craft was tailored to the gentle, unhurried rhythm of the earth. Within these cool and shadowy corridors, subterranean excavators, muqanni, traditionally wore undyed, loose white cotton garments called *Jami'i Cephid*, which reflected the faint amber glow of oil lamps in dark tunnels while absorbing subterranean moisture to keep tunnelers cool. The light, unbleached fabric rested softly against their skin, catching the subtle mist lingering in the air and transforming the underground humidity into a steady, refreshing sensation. Amidst the heavy gloom of the deep earth, these pale garments glimmered like soft stars, grounding the workers in a peaceful rhythm that mirrored the patient work of guiding unseen mountain streams across miles of silent stone. Navigating these deep earth chambers required a delicate and artful harmony between light, air, and human breath. In the narrow confinement of a gallery, extending hundreds of feet beneath the surface, maintaining a clean and breathable atmosphere was just as vital as carefully maintaining the slope of the channel. To work safely in subterranean tunnels without consuming vital oxygen, ancient muqanni relied on tiny terracotta lamps, cheragi mushi, fueled by sesame oil, which burned with a soft, smoke-free flame against damp clay walls. These small, hand-formed clay lamps rested securely in modest niches, carved directly into the moist alluvial sides of the passage. The clear, pure sesame oil burned cleanly and quietly, casting a tiny, warm circle of illumination that brightened the damp clay without filling the long corridor with dark soot or depleting the delicate air that sustained the excavators. The steady, small flame flickered gently against the smooth earth, casting soft, rounded shadows that moved rhythmically along the curved ceiling of the gallery like golden leaves drifting across dark water. In the complete quiet of the cavern, the little lamp was far more than a simple tool. It was a serene companion, its steady, warm ember keeping watch over the quiet art of channeling water through the earth. As the quiet hours drifted past in the deep stillness beneath the desert surface, the soothing atmosphere of the subterranean tunnel settled into an effortless lullaby. The subtle scent of damp clay and ancient mineral earth blended harmoniously with the warm, gentle fragrance of sesame oil wafting from the terracotta lamps. With each soft, rhythmic scoop of silt and each careful placement of stone, the unseen stream drew nearer, its faint murmur promising life and cool abundance to the valley far ahead. Muqanni labored with a calm, meditative focus their movements steady and unhurried, their breathing synchronized with the cool, restful currents of subterranean air. Down here in the gentle heart of the ground, time seemed to widen into a vast, peaceful sanctuary, untouched by the shifting shadows or burning sun of the upper world. The loose white cotton of their robes caught the faint golden rays of the asterisk cheragi mushy asterisk, wrapping the workers in a restful glow of amber and ivory. Cradled by the solid warmth of the surrounding earth and guided by the smoke-free flame, the excavators rested in their patient work, listening to the soft, timeless cadence of the water preparing to flow. In the vast, quiet expanse of the Iranian plateau, where the desert night sky holds a luminous canopy of stars, an ancient subterranean realm rests in soft, peaceful stillness beneath the earth's surface. Far below the sun-drenched plains and windswept hills, cool air settles gently into long, shadowy passageways carved by patient human hands across many generations. These channels, known as Qanats, carry the quiet lifeblood of mountain snowmelt through the heart of arid lands, moving with an unhurried, graceful cadence that has sustained entire civilizations across thousands of years. As the deep night unfolds and the heat of the afternoon yields to a crisp, gentle evening breeze, the underground waters continue their steady journey, completely untroubled by the passage of time or the changes on the world above. The silence within these stone-lined galleries is soft and comforting, filled only by the delicate, barely audible trickle of pure groundwater gathering at its hidden source and setting off down microslopes toward the distant, sleeping valleys. Among these remarkable achievements of ancient Persian hydrologic engineering, one particularly peaceful sanctuary of water rests quietly near the modern region of Arak. Dating to the 12th century Seljuk era, the UNESCO-listed Ibrahimabad Qanat near Arak features a rare 30-meter conical mother well lined with hand-stacked slate stones that allow groundwater to filter softly into a 17-kilometer subterranean channel. This mother well, descending deeply into the dark, cool earth like an inverted funnel of ancient stonework, serves as the quiet, beating heart of the entire watercourse. Deep beneath the surface, medieval craftspeople, known as muqannis, carefully selected flat pieces of native slate, placing each slab by hand without mortar, so that every small seam became a subtle, natural sieve. Groundwater, held securely in the deep alluvial aquifers of the surrounding hills, seeps through these narrow stone fissures, drop by drop, naturally filtered and purified by the rock before gathering in the central chamber. The long subterranean channel then guides this freshly collected water through a precise, gentle incline, keeping the current smooth and calm as it glides through the darkness. To imagine the interior of such a space is to feel an enduring sense of shelter and quiet stillness. The architectural design of the conical well reflects a deep understanding of structural harmony and physical balance. The wider base securely anchors the deep chamber against the immense pressures of the surrounding earth, while the gracefully tapering masonry above creates a stable, enduring chimney that has stood undisturbed for nearly a millennium. Inside this subterranean sanctuary, the atmosphere remains perennially cool, soothing, and humid, preserving the pristine purity of the water as it begins its long journey away from the mother well. There are no turbulent rushes or hasty currents in this hidden canal, only a slow, deliberate migration of cool moisture flowing across a bed of soft sand and gravel. The hand-stacked slate stones hold the weight of the mountain with quiet strength, allowing the aquifer to breathe and yield its moisture without disruption. As the water travels along its 17-kilometer passage, it glides beneath quiet orchards, sleepy villages, and arid fields, forever protected from the drying sun. As the peaceful hours of the night continue to unfold, the Ibrahimabad Qanat flows on in quiet rhythm, serving as an abiding testament to the harmony between human ingenuity and the natural earth. The soft, rhythmic sound of moisture filtering through ancient slate stones creates an acoustic lullaby as steady as the turning of the heavens. Within the cool dark of the underground gallery, every drop of water finds its place in the gentle stream, bound for the quiet nourishment of gardens and homes awaiting the dawn far down the valley. Resting in the comforting shadow beneath the desert floor, the stream moves with effortless grace, carrying the restful stillness of centuries past into the present moment. Surrendering to this slow, unending journey, the mind easily lets go of the waking world, settling into the calm, rhythmic whisper of underground waters drifting peacefully through the dark. Far beneath the sun-bleached expanse of the Persian desert, where the fierce heat of the afternoon sun slowly dissolves into a deep and soothing subterranean chill, the air is soft, damp, and lingeringly still. Down here, within the narrow corridors painstakingly carved through layers of ancient clay, gravel, and stone, sound behaves with extraordinary, quiet softness. The heavy, protective silence of the underworld absorbs every breath and movement, leaving only the rhythmic, comforting drip of subterranean water seeping from the surrounding rock face. Small earthenware oil lamps, set into shallow recesses carved into the earthen walls, cast a warm, golden, flickering glow across the damp surfaces, softly illuminating the patient labors of the master builders, known as the muqanni. These subterranean architects worked in profound harmony with the natural contours of the land, carving enduring pathways for life to flow across miles of arid terrain. Every strike of their chisels and spades was measured not by speed, but by an enduring respect for balance, patience, and equilibrium. In the quiet darkness, far removed from the shifting winds and harsh light of the surface, they sought to guide the hidden waters of distant mountain aquifers along an imperceptibly slight decline, allowing the stream to drift gently forward without rushing, splashing, or eroding the delicate floor of the channel beneath, creating an underground waterway that travels for miles through absolute darkness. Requires a level of precision that feels almost sacred in its calm, unhurried deliberation. If the incline of the bed were even slightly too steep, the rushing water would tear away the earthen floor. If too shallow, the stream would pool and stagnate in the dark depths. To maintain a gentle, continuous slope through total darkness, ancient muqanni aligned underground channels using an A-frame wooden level called ****, checking the inclination against lead plumbob, ****, strings suspended over fine notches carved every 3 meters along the cedar frame, resting the sturdy legs of the cedar frame upon the carefully carved floor. A builder would bring his small oil lamp close to inspect the hanging plumb line. The weighted lead bob hung motionless in the subterranean quiet, suspended by a fine thread that registered even the subtlest variation in the channel floor's gradient. With calm hands and unhurried focus, the builder noted where the weighted thread settled along the delicate notches, adjusting the underlying stone inch by inch until the alignment matched the intended soft rhythm of the land. The subtle aroma of damp cedar wood mingled with the rich, earthy scent of the tunnel, grounding the builder in a sacred practice handed down through generations of patient artisans who understood that true longevity required quiet listening and steady grace. As each section of the channel achieved its perfect, gentle tilt, the subterranean stream was invited to begin its long, peaceful journey towards the distant valley. Moving along the smooth bed of carved rock, the cool water glided forward with a quiet, soothing whisper, barely disturbing the profound stillness of the surrounding stone vault. Overhead, vertical access shafts stretched upwards like tall chimney flues toward the desert floor, letting in occasional soft drafts of cool evening air and offering brief glimpses of a vast, starlit night sky far above. But down below, in the deep womb of the earth, the environment remained immutable, a timeless sanctuary of steady temperatures, soft humidity, and gentle ambient echoes. The clear water flowed on continuously, carrying the crisp breath of snowmelt mountains toward distant agricultural fields, thirsty orchards, and courtyard pools sleeping under the evening stars. Within this subterranean stillness, every element found its natural place. The fragrant cedar frame, the steady lead plumb line, the patient hands of the muqanni, and the endless, tranquil current carrying life across the peaceful expanse of time. Step into the stillness beneath the arid earth, where the cool air carries the soft aroma of damp clay and the gentle, rhythmic murmur of flowing water. Beneath the sun-baked plains of ancient Persia, subterranean artisans known as muqanni spent quiet days in darkness, sculpting underground channels designed to bring life-giving moisture to distant desert oases. In these subterranean corridors, far beneath the reach of direct sunlight. Alignment was both a rigorous science and a deeply peaceful art to guide their wooden tools, picks, and spades through the subterranean gloom, without relying heavily on the smoky heat of oil lamps. Ancient muqanni diggers placed polished bronze mirrors *I boronzi at the base of vertical shafts on bright afternoons, sending a soft beam of ambient golden light up to 50 meters down dark clay passageways. This gentle column of reflected sunlight shimmered across the freshly carved earth, softly illuminating the contours of the tunnel and casting long, soothing shadows along the damp walls. It provided a steady, reassuring beacon for the diggers to trace, allowing them to carve straight, unwavering conduits through the earth, while preserving a cool, clear, and quiet atmosphere. In this delicate dance of sunbeam and shadow, the underground passage remained quietly linked to the sky high above, turning the dark soil into a tranquil realm of purpose and calm. Beyond the gentle guidance of reflected golden sunlight lay the quiet challenge of surveying distance and elevation across miles of absolute subterranean darkness. Digging an ancient Qanat required an extraordinary mastery of subtle gradients. If a channel sloped too steeply, the rushing waters would gradually erode the delicate clay walls. But if it remained too level, the stream would stagnate uselessly beneath the arid ground. Subterranean engineers possessed a profound understanding of geometry and fluid dynamics, measuring minuscule variations in elevation across vast expanses of unseen underground landscape. Written around 1010 CE by Persian mathematician Al-Khariji in his treatise, The Extraction of Hidden Waters. Subterranean engineers surveyed Qanat slopes using a water-filled brass level called a *mizan*, ensuring two tunnel teams digging toward each other through miles of dark earth met seamlessly in the middle. With patient precision and steady hands, these master craftsmen filled the brass level with clear mountain water, watching the surface settle into perfect horizontal equilibrium before marking their subtle downward inclines. Working simultaneously from opposite directions beneath thick layers of stone and compacted soil, the two independent teams moved steadily toward one another through the silence, guided by shared calculations and silent trust. When the final partition of dark clay was carefully removed, the two halves of the tunnel converged without a single step or misalignment, creating a flawless, continuous channel through which water could flow effortlessly for miles. As you rest and listen to the steady cadence of this underground stream, imagine the immense quiet of those completed tunnels resting beneath the softly shifting desert dunes. For centuries, millions of gallons of cool, pure snowmelt have glided through these hand-carved stone and clay arteries, guided solely by the gentle pull of gravity, the accuracy of brass levels, and the soft warmth of reflected sunlight. The air within the Qanat remains perpetually cool, moist, and tranquil, completely sheltered from the fierce solar heat and desert winds far above. The continuous trickle of water over smooth pebbles forms a soothing, rhythmic lullaby that echoes softly through the darkness, inviting a sense of deep stillness. Every carefully measured curve, every vertical ventilation shaft, and every subtle downward slope reflects an enduring harmony between human patience and the natural world. Deep under the resting earth, where time seems to slow down, the subterranean waters flow silently onward, nourishing the world above while remaining cradled in absolute peace below. Deep beneath the sun-drenched valleys and vast arid expanses of ancient Persia, a tranquil world of quiet sanctuary unfolds within the curving clay corridors of the Qanat. Down here, far below the shifting sands and relentless heat of the desert day, the earth holds a cool and constant breath, wrapped in comfortable darkness and gentle, enveloping stillness. The air is soft, humid, and remarkably fresh, scented faintly with old stone, mineral salts, and rich, damp soil that has cradled pure mountain runoff for uncounted generations. In this subterranean refuge, every ambient sound is softened and rounded by the smooth, hand-carved earth walls that guide life-giving water silently toward distant oases, terraced gardens, and sleeping villages. Small trickles of groundwater seep peacefully through the porous rock, gathering into a slow, silver stream that glides effortlessly along the polished channel floor, creating a rhythmic soundscape of pure tranquility and timeless repose. While the surface whirled above transitions through the blazing heat of noon and the soft, cool shadows of twilight, the deep channels remain entirely serene, moving to a slower, more comforting pulse, governed only by the patient trickle of water and the timeless embrace of the earth, illuminated only by the soft, golden flicker of small oil lamps resting in shallow clay niches. The master diggers carved these long, gently sloping conduits with extraordinary patience, deeply attuned to the subtle textures of the soil and the hidden murmurs of subterranean aquifers. Working in near silence, they developed a profound sensitivity to the subterranean space, where every movement was measured and deliberate, maintaining a delicate balance that allowed the cool underground air to flow smoothly and continuously. Each step along the damp channel floor was taken with gentle care, preserving the tranquil atmosphere of this hidden underground world for miles around. Because spoken words could easily startle the tranquil atmosphere or become muffled and lost across the vast, winding underground distance, the diggers developed a silent language that relied on the physical structure of the earth itself to communicate across vast distances underground without shouting. Muqanni diggers tapped rhythmic signals with their wooden spades bill against damp clay tunnel ceilings, sending gentle acoustic vibrations hundreds of meters down the dark channel to signal workers at shaft openings. These low, rhythmic vibrations traveled like a quiet heartbeat through the dense, instructions and gentle signals across the subterranean darkness, without ever disrupting the peaceful silence of the underworld. High above, a worker standing at the mouth of a vertical ventilation shaft, where cool mountain breezes passed and soft starlight filtered down, would feel the subtle, soothing pulse humming up through the wooden frame of the windlass, knowing exactly when to raise a heavy bucket of excavated soil or lower fresh supplies to the craftsmen working peacefully below. This delicate, tactile rhythm of spade against damp clay reflected the deep harmony and reverence that defined every aspect of Persian Qanat construction. There was never any need for haste or harsh noise within these cool depths, for the earth revealed its waters only to those who moved with measured care and listened attentively to its quiet voice. Each soft, wooden tap of the bill resonated as a gentle token of human connection, linking the subterranean diggers to one another across the dark in a shared, peaceful purpose. As twilight settled over the desert landscape above, and stars began to fill the vast night sky, the underground channels remained cool and undisturbed, guiding their precious streams silently onward through the peaceful, resting earth, while the quiet memory of rhythmic wooden taps lingered softly in the dark, lulling the night into complete serenity and restful ease. Deep beneath the sun-baked expanse of the Iranian plateau, the cool shadow of the underground canal cradles a world untouched by the blazing heat of the desert day. Here, where the earth remains perpetually damp and refreshing, the air carries the soothing, grounding fragrance of wet clay and ancient subterranean stone. The silence in these deep galleries is not absolute, but rather filled with a soft, rhythmic presence. The quiet scraping of iron against earth, the low, comforting murmur of craftsmen working in harmonious understanding, and the distant, gentle trickling of freshly tapped aquifers deep within the mountain's embrace. Down in these subterranean chambers, generations of skilled builders moved carefully along narrow paths cut into the living rock, guided only by the dim, warm glow of small oil lamps resting softly in shallow niches carved into the earthen walls. Every movement below ground was slow, deliberate, and deeply attuned to the subtle breath of the water waiting to be coaxed forward. The surrounding earth holds a steady, comforting temperature, insulating the builders from the harsh winds and vast open skies of the arid plains above, wrapping the entire subterranean corridor in a tranquil cocoon of peaceful, unhurried labor. Within this subterranean stillness, time seems to stretch out softly, measured only by the steady rhythm of breath and the slow, gradual lengthening of the dark channel. To clear the immense volume of excavated soil without disturbing the peaceful quiet of the subterranean tunnel, teams of skilled muqanni relied on a hand-carved wooden windlass called a charki, jaw-mounted carefully over the vertical access shafts, using supple, hand-stitched leather buckets known as dolv to quietly haul thousands of tons of moist clay up to the desert surface. Above ground, under the wide expanse of sky, two workers stood patiently at the mouth of the circular shaft, turning the wooden crank with a rhythmic, measured cadence that sent the woven rope gliding smoothly down into the cool darkness. Deep below, a partner would gently fill the leather bucket with heavy, damp earth, securing the knot with practiced ease before signaling for its soft descent. The pliable leather walls of the asterisk dolve absorbed any potential clatter or accidental impact against the rocky sides of the shaft, ensuring that the entire clearing process remained astonishingly quiet, a soft, repetitive dance of rising and falling vessels bridging the dark earth below and the sunlit expanse above. As each bucket reached the rim, the damp earth was gently tipped out, slowly accumulating into low, ring-shaped mounds that lined the desert floor like a long, tranquil chain of earthen beads trailing gracefully toward the distant horizon. These vertical shafts served not only as pathways for the removed soil, but as vital lungs for the entire Qanat system, constantly breathing fresh, cool air into the deep dark, while allowing the softest whisper of daylight to touch the subterranean stream far below. As afternoon gradually softened into the serene violet tones of dusk, the windlasses grew still, their sturdy wooden frames resting quietly beneath the cooling canopy of stars. The mounds of excavated clay, gently smoothed over time by the dry desert breeze, formed protective collars around every opening, shielding the precious underground current from blowing sand and the lingering heat of the day. Far beneath the resting landscape, the clear water continued its slow, unbroken journey down the faint slope of the channel, gliding beneath the quiet earth with an effortless, calming grace. In the profound stillness of the night, the ancient Qanat remains a timeless testament to patience, harmony, and quiet human ingenuity, a hidden river carrying life and soothing tranquility through the darkness. As the stars drift lazily across the sky, the underground waters whisper their ancient lullaby, inviting the sleeping world above to rest deeply in its gentle, eternal flow. Beneath the vast, peaceful expanse of the desert landscape, where golden sunlight warms the surface by day and cool starlight illuminates the quiet dunes by night, an extraordinary network of subterranean waterways moves silently through the deep earth. Far beneath the parched soil, where the searing sun cannot penetrate, the air remains pleasantly cool, moist, and still. Here, ancient Persian craftspeople carved long tunnels through the varied strata of the earth, guiding mountain meltwater across vast distances. Yet the journey was far from simple. In many regions, the subterranean path had to pass through unstable stretches of fine, loose earth and fragile sand. Left unprotected, these treacherous sections would easily collapse, choking the vital watercourse under heavy drifts of silt. To prevent soft sand from slumping into desert channels, ancient Persian builders reinforced fragile tunnel walls with thousands of hand-molded, kiln-baked ceramic hoops, known as asterisk cavel, creating smooth clay pipelines that guided water quietly beneath shifting dunes. Crafted individually from local clay and fired in traditional kilns, these ring-like structures were lowered one by one down vertical access shafts into the dim tunnels. The builders meticulously aligned each hoop end to end, forming continuous terracotta conduits that absorbed the immense pressure of the earth above. Within these protective clay rings, the stream glides smoothly, undisturbed by the shifting weight of the desert overhead, flowing with a tranquil and ceaseless rhythm. As the cool stream continues its slow, rhythmic movement deeper into the network, it occasionally enters expanded subterranean chambers where channels meet and gather into calm holding basins. In these quiet underground sanctuaries, shadowed from all daylight, the water pauses briefly before continuing its long journey toward distant oases and thirsty orchards. However, guiding water through the earth presented another subtle challenge for the ancient engineers. The surrounding stone and soil of these underground basins were often naturally porous, filled with microscopic fissures and permeable layers that threatened to absorb the precious liquid before it could ever emerge at the surface. Every drop of water carried from the distant mountains represented life and sustenance for entire communities, and losing it into the dry subterranean ground was something the builders took great care to prevent. They recognized that these critical junctions and storage areas required a specialized lining, a protective barrier that could endure constant submersed conditions without eroding, breaking down, or leaking, to line underground holding basins without losing water into the porous earth. Persian builders coated channel junctions with asterisk saruj asterisk, an ancient hydraulic mortar blended from slaked lime, wood ash, cattail fibers, and egg whites that cured underwater into a glass-smooth, impermeable seal. Creating this remarkable mortar required immense patience and precise knowledge of natural materials. Craftspeople carefully slaked quicklime, combining it with finely sifted wood ash to form the reactive base, while soft cattail fibers were added to provide internal tensile strength and prevent hairline cracking as the mixture settled. The addition of egg whites introduced natural organic polymers, enhancing both the workability of the mortar and its ultimate resistance to water penetration. Applied evenly across the damp walls and floors of the junctions, saruj did not merely dry in the air, rather, it underwent a slow chemical transformation, hardening underwater into an unyielding porcelain-like shield. Once fully set, the mortar transformed rough, permeable rock into a flawless, glass-smooth lining that held the cool water perfectly intact, allowing the stream to rest or flow onward without a single drop escaping into the thirsty earth. In the gentle silence of these subterranean passages, the harmonious synthesis of ceramic asterisk cavel and underwater cured asterisk saruj creates a lasting sanctuary for the flowing stream. The water glides across the polished surfaces with barely a sound, its gentle motion producing only a faint, rhythmic murmur that echoes softly off the curved clay arches. Above, the desert sands may shift with the wind, but below, the ancient Qanat remains stable, tranquil, and enduring. Through centuries of quiet service, these masterfully engineered channels have preserved the essential gift of water, carrying it safely through darkness so that life may flourish in the sunlit valleys beyond. Deep beneath the sun-warmed expanse of the Iranian plateau, the air grows pleasantly cool and heavy with the scent of damp silt and ancient earth. Here, in the soft twilight of the subterranean channels, water moves with an unhurried grace, guided only by the gentle pull of gravity and the remarkable skill of ancient craftspeople. For miles, these hand-carved aqueducts trace subtle gradients under the arid landscape, carrying pristine meltwater from distant mountain aquifers toward peaceful oasis settlements. Within this subterranean sanctuary, every surface is shaped to honor the water's quiet journey. The darkness feels protective and soft, wrapping around the rhythmic sound of the stream as it flows beneath vaulted arches of baked brick and hand-excavated soil. There is no urgency in this darkness, only a steady, rhythmic pulse that has endured for centuries, inviting the mind to quiet its thoughts and settle into the calming cadence of the earth's hidden veins. As the channel continues its slow descent toward the valley, the terrain above changes, occasionally giving rise to sudden shifts in the earth's natural topography deep below. Where the subterranean path encounters a steep slope, the ancient water builders designed ingenious structures to maintain the stream's tranquil rhythm without causing erosion or loud disturbance. At sharp elevation drops along the 2,000-year-old Qanat of Taft near Yazd, subterranean engineers built stepped stone aprons called *peleki sangi* out of smooth river cobbles, allowing falling water to glide down gentle cascades without splashing against dark tunnel walls. These rounded cobbles, gathered from nearby riverbeds and laid by hand with meticulous care, transform what might have been a harsh waterfall into a series of soft, rolling steps. As the cool water touches each rounded stone, it spreads thinly across the smooth surfaces, dissipating its energy in a whisper rather than a crash. The design reflects a profound understanding of fluid dynamics and natural harmony, ensuring that even as the stream descends quickly, its voice remains soft, rhythmic, and restful within the subterranean acoustic chamber. The gentle acoustics of these hidden stone steps create a soothing auditory tapestry that resonates softly through the moisture-scented tunnels, instead of violent splashes that could weaken the surrounding soil. The water glides in delicate, translucent ribbons over the *peleki sangi*, producing a steady, low-frequency murmur akin to soft rain falling on leaves. The river cobbles, polished smooth by centuries of flowing water, reflect the dim ambient light of distant maintenance shafts, glowing like dark pearls beneath the surface. This thoughtful arrangement allows the water to lose momentum gracefully, preventing any turbulence from disturbing the quiet air. The air itself seems to absorb the soft hum of the stream, spreading a calming dampness throughout the surrounding stone chambers. To listen to this subterranean cascade is to experience a sense of absolute permanence and ease, where human ingenuity and natural forces work together to maintain a peaceful, unbroken harmony deep beneath the desert surface. As night settles over the desert far above, the subterranean stream continues its soft, eternal descent across the cobble aprons. The cool breeze drifting through the access shafts carries the fresh scent of mountain water and damp clay, filling the underground passages with a serene freshness. Far removed from the heat and activity of the surface world, the Qanat of Taft flows on in timeless quietude, its gentle cascades rocking the subterranean world into an enduring state of rest. Each drop of water completes its downward journey smoothly, sliding from cobble to cobble before gathering once more into a calm, gliding ribbon that moves toward the sleeping orchards of the town. Wrapped in this steady, soothing rhythm, the underground world rests in quiet equilibrium, offering a soothing sanctuary where time seems to slow down, inviting a restful transition into sleep. As twilight settles over the central Iranian plateau, the dry heat of the afternoon slowly yields to the cool, quiet envelope of evening. Beneath the vast expanse of soft stars and moonlit dust, a hidden world of deep stillness remains, undisturbed, where subterranean channels have carried the gentle lifeblood of the earth for centuries. In this tranquil realm, beneath the sun-baked soil, subterranean streams glide softly through handmade conduits carved deep into the bedrock. Far below the reach of scorching winds and surface evaporation, here deep within the earth, the air is naturally chilled and moist, carrying only the faintest whisper of moving water as it travels across miles of underground darkness toward distant, thirsting oases. For generations, villager and traveler alike have drawn comfort from this unseen, steady current, a quiet testament to ancient human ingenuity working in complete harmony with the subtle gradient of the land. Each subterranean access shaft, reaching upward like a quiet breathing portal to the desert surface above, allows a soft draft of night air to circulate gently, whispering through the shadowy corridors below. The steady, rhythmic passage of water through these dark galleries creates a soothing ambient lullaby, inviting the surrounding desert landscape to rest in peaceful silence under the luminous night sky. Among the many marvels of subterranean hydrologic engineering scattered across the plateau, one extraordinary structure in the historic town of Ardistan stands out for its serene complexity. Engineered nearly 800 years ago, the Moon Qanat *Qanati Mun* in Ardistan features a rare two-tiered design where two independent streams glide silently through stone channels stacked directly above one another. without leaking. The ancient masters of subterranean construction, known as muqannis, carved these twin aqueducts with astonishing precision through layers of hard earth, dense clay, and living rock. To keep the two distinct currents entirely separate from one another, they created an impermeable bed of specialized mortar, crushed gravel, and natural sealants beneath the upper channel, ensuring that the water flowing above never seeps into the lower stream coursing just feet below. Each tier draws from its own distinct subterranean source deep within the mountain aquifers, carrying water of slightly different mineral compositions toward different agricultural plots and neighborhood distribution pools above ground. The upper level glides smoothly along its carved stone trough with effortless grace, while the lower channel follows its parallel trajectory in an identical state of calm. To stand within the quiet lower gallery in the stillness of night is to witness a peaceful miracle of traditional hydraulic physics. Directly overhead, streams of clear water glide past in near silence, held safely within their elevated stone channel, while at one's feet, the lower stream ripples softly onward into the shadow-draped valley. As both streams approach the sun-dried brick structures and peaceful courtyards of Artistan, they emerge gently into the open air through ancient stone outlets, feeding lush pomegranate groves, fig trees, and quiet village basins. The subtle sound of the dual streams emerging side by side into the cool night air brings a soothing, continuous rhythm to the resting town. In the quiet darkness, the water reflects the pale, silver glow of the moon, mirroring the very name of the ancient Qanat that has sustained life in this arid landscape for nearly 8 centuries. The refreshing moisture rising from the exposed channels softens the dry desert breeze, wrapping the surrounding orchards in a gentle blanket of night air. Leaves of ancient apricot and olive trees rustle faintly above the stone basins, responding to the subtle current flowing beneath their roots. As the stars drift slowly across the wide Persian sky, the two-tiered streams continue their eternal, silent journey through the heart of the earth, untouched by the passage of time, carrying a message of quiet endurance and calm into the deep stillness of the midnight hours. Deep beneath the sun-baked plains of central Iran, a quiet world of shadow and cool stone cradle streams that have trickled silently across millennia. Here, far removed from the shimmering desert heat above, ancient subterranean channels carve gentle paths through deep rock strata, sheltering precious mountain runoff from the parching atmosphere. In the quiet district of Maymay, this hidden hydraulic architecture reaches a rare harmony where two distinct underground currents meet in complete tranquility. Carved into dark Cretaceous limestone over 2,000 years ago, the UNESCO-listed Yazdabad, Qanat in Maymay, features 2 parallel subterranean channels, one carrying warm mountain water and the other cool groundwater that merge inside a quiet underground cavern before flowing out onto the desert floor. Within that subterranean chamber, the soft ripple of warm and cool streams joining together creates a tranquil, steady murmur, a delicate acoustic rhythm echoing off cavern walls formed long before human footsteps ever touched these valleys. The combined water moves with unhurried grace, guided by gentle, deliberate gradients designed so precisely that every drop glides toward the desert surface without turbulence, whispering softly through the darkness. This hidden confluence reflects an intimate understanding of the Earth's natural thermal properties and structural geology. For centuries, the dwellers of these arid landscapes recognized that water could be gathered, sheltered, and tempered beneath the surface, kept pure and cool under a thick blanket of solid stone. The twin streams of the Mazdabad system flow side by side in patient stillness, insulated from harsh winter frosts and fierce summer heat alike. As the combined currents finally emerge into the open light, they nourish fields, gardens, and quiet orchards with a steady, soothing flow that has sustained life across generations. In the hush of the subterranean passage, the gentle, rhythmic drip of condensation from the dark limestone ceiling joins the soft river below, creating a meditative soundscape that lulls the surrounding earth into absolute rest. Further across the plateau, similar marvels of ancient Persian engineering hold back the seasons themselves in quiet anticipation of spring. Dating back nearly 1,800 years to the Sassanid era, the Persian Qanat in Isfahan features 3 subterranean stone dams with wooden spillway plugs, allowing villagers to seal the underground tunnel in winter and store millions of liters of mountain water beneath the desert until spring. During the cold months, when fields lie dormant under frosty skies, the wooden plugs remain firmly set within the stone dams, creating calm underground reservoirs where crystal clear mountain water rests completely motionless in the dark. Millions of liters linger in this subterranean sanctuary, shielded from freezing winds above, quietly waiting for the surrounding valley to reawaken. The genius of these subterranean dams lies in their enduring simplicity, utilizing native stone and hand-fitted timber to gently hold back vast stores of water without disturbing the ancient peace of the earth. When spring arrives at last and the dry earth calls for nourishment, the plugs are gently drawn back, releasing the held water to wander softly into irrigation channels that trace the contours of the greening landscape. The water moves out into the sunlit morning with a soft, steady murmur, filling the narrow earthways with life and cool clarity. To reflect upon these ancient works is to feel the profound peace of a system built to honor nature's slow, deliberate rhythms. Nothing is rushed. Every drop is cradled in darkness until the proper moment arrives. As night settles over the quiet desert plateau and the stars emerge in full brilliance above the silent channels, the subterranean waters continue their gentle journey, carrying the quiet wisdom of the past into the stillness of the evening, lulling the resting world into a deep, uninterrupted slumber. Beneath the vast, tranquil expanse of the Iranian plateau, winter brings a profound calm to the world above, while deep within the earth, water continues its journey in a quiet, unhurried rhythm. Far below the frosted desert surface, where cold winds lose their reach, the hand-carved galleries of ancient Qanats maintain an unchanging, gentle subterranean temperature. Here, underground streams glide smoothly across polished stone and dark alluvial bedrock, flowing with a softness that seems older than memory. The air within these hidden masonry conduits remains soothingly humid and quiet, carrying only the soft, echoing whisper of moving water. In the depth of the winter months, when surface fields sit dormant beneath pale skies, and the intense demands of summer irrigation have faded into memory, the underground flow is granted a peaceful period of rest. Water melted from distant mountain snowfall travels down through gently sloping tunnels cut centuries ago, carrying with it fine particles of mineral and soil gathered from high alpine slopes. In the dark silence of these subterranean corridors, the continuous movement creates a comforting lullaby, a steady heartbeat beneath the earth that nourishes the land with quiet grace. In the historic desert realm of Firuzabad, this seasonal rhythm is guided with exceptional care through an ancient technique designed to honor both the water and the surrounding soil. Dating back over 1,400 years, the Balide Qanat in Firuzabad uses a specialized twin-channel system called *Tanjay to temporarily divert subterranean streams into quiet stone basins during winter, allowing fine mountain silt to settle gently out of suspension before reaching surface fields. Within these underground masonry chambers, the moving current gradually slows into a serene, mirror-like expanse of calm water. The dual channels of the *Tanjay* system work in subtle balance, allowing the stream to be shifted seamlessly into broad settling pools carved deep within the cool stone. As the diverted stream rests in the sunless darkness, microscopic particles of silt and mountain clay lose their momentum. Particle by particle, the mineral sediment drifts silently downward toward the stone basin floor in absolute stillness. The water above grows crystal clear with every passing hour, leaving all the winter runoff soft, purified, and ready to travel forward without clogging the delicate canals that nourish the fields downstream. This peaceful settling process reflects a deep, contemplative relationship between traditional engineering and the natural world, where human hands work in harmony with the gentle laws of gravity and time. The builders of the Qanats recognized that water could not be forced or rushed, and that by providing these subterranean resting places, the entire irrigation network could be preserved for centuries. In the quiet basins, the accumulated silt rests undisturbed until the warmer seasons, when it can be easily cleared by hand and returned to enrich the surrounding farmland. Above ground, the night air turns crisp and cold, casting long shadows across the sleeping desert, while far below, the water completes its quiet refinement. The slow descent of fine earth inside the stone chambers is an invisible act of devotion, ensuring that the subterranean channels remain open and clear year after year, century after century, sustaining life in the arid landscape with enduring reliability. As night deepens across the plateau, the clear water gently overflows the stone ledges of the *Tanjay* basins, resuming its slow, steady journey through the dark channels. It moves effortlessly beneath sleeping villages, tranquil orchards, and quiet fields waiting for the touch of spring. Every drop travels with effortless ease, carrying the peace of the underground chambers out toward the wider world. The subterranean galleries remain cool, shadowed, and calm, filled only with the soft sound of a river at rest. In this quiet subterranean world, time slows down, inviting a sense of deep stillness to settle over the earth. As the ancient water flows gently onward through the dark. Deep beneath the sun-baked plains of southern Persia, a quiet stream moves through darkness with an unhurried, timeless grace. For countless generations, the hidden corridors carved into the living rock have carried the cool essence of distant mountain snows across miles of parched terrain, sheltering the precious moisture from the relentless heat of the desert sky above. Down in these subterranean conduits, the air is soothing, cool, and still, carrying only the gentle whisper of trickling water echoing against smooth, damp stone. There is no urgency in its passage, only a steady, patient journey forward through the quiet depths of the earth. As the underground stream flows softly through shadow, it passes through centuries of human care, an intricate network designed by ancient hands who understood how to work in gentle harmony with the natural contours of the land. Every curve of the subterranean channel was fashioned to guide the water smoothly, allowing it to rest and breathe as it trickles through the dim passageways, far beneath the wide expanse of the desert floor, where evening begins to settle. In the peaceful silence of these subterranean passages, the engineering of antiquity reveals its most delicate mastery through subtle spaces crafted for rest and natural purification. Along the 1,200-year-old Qanat of Firuzabad in Fars province, ancient engineers constructed circular subterranean settling basins called *Rigdan*, where heavy mountain sand settled quietly to the bottom, while crystal clear spring water glided onward into terraced pistachio orchards. Here, hidden away from the wind and sun, the flow of water enters a spacious stone vault designed specifically to ease its momentum. The circular layout of these subterranean chambers creates a slow, rhythmic eddy that gently decelerates the stream after its long descent from the foothills. As the current softens into a peaceful drift, the mountain sand that was gathered along the upper reaches begins to separate, releasing its hold on the moving water and drifting downward into the silent depths of the basin floor. This quiet settling process within the asterisk Rigdan is a study in effortless harmony, relying on nothing more than time, space, and gravity to restore the purity of the stream. As the heavy mineral grains rest undisturbed at the base of the chamber, the lighter, perfectly clarified water rises smoothly toward the upper rim of the basin. The transition happens without sound or disturbance. The clear surface reflects the faint, dim light of the access shafts, like a dark, polished mirror suspended in the earth. Century after century, these subterranean basins have functioned without mechanical moving parts, quietly filtering millions of gallons of mountain water through simple geometric balance. The accumulated silt remains settled below, while the immaculate spring water spills softly over the masonry ledge, continuing its forward journey with a renewed crystal clarity that preserves both the subterranean channels and the soil of the valley ahead. Emerging at last into the cool evening air, the purified stream glides effortlessly into narrow stone channels that wind gracefully through the surrounding landscape. The terraced pistachio orchards receive the gentle water under a darkening canopy of leaves, where deep roots absorb the cool nourishment brought from mountains many miles away. In the quiet stillness of nightfall, the faint, rhythmic sound of water trickling between the tree rows creates a soothing melody that fills the calm night air. Tiny reflections of the evening stars shimmer upon the smooth surface of the irrigation pools, drifting like soft points of light across the dark, clear water. The ancient Qanat continues its unceasing, peaceful work, linking the snow-covered peaks of antiquity with the quiet life of the valley below. As sleep descends softly over the land, the faint scent of damp earth and evening blossoms lingers in the air, wrapping the countryside in a deep, enduring tranquility, while the subterranean stream flows peacefully onward into the dark. Imagine the quiet underground world where darkness is not heavy, but soft and sheltering, wrapping the earth in a cool, unbroken stillness. Far below the reach of the baking sun, water moves in a steady, unhurried rhythm through channels crafted by human hands long ago. Here, the subterranean air carries a soothing moisture, and the sound of trickling streams echoes faintly through smooth stone tunnels, creating a lullaby that has continued across centuries without pause. In these shaded passages, time seems to stretch out into a slow and comforting breath. The earth above rests beneath the expanse of the sky, while deep within its gentle folds, sweet water finds its hidden pathway, flowing continuously toward green oases and coastal shores. Every drop travels with infinite patience, nourished by the silent gravity of the land, completely untouched by the noise and restless heat of the surface world. In this sanctuary of shade and stone, everything moves in quiet harmony, guiding the mind into a state of deep, undisturbed serenity. Out in the calm waters of the Persian Gulf, on the peaceful shores of Kish Island, this underground heritage takes a particularly wondrous and ancient form. Beneath the sandy surface lies a 2,500-year-old subterranean kariz, drifting silently 16 meters below the earth through layers of ancient coral strata. As the fresh groundwater glides softly through these underground corridors on its journey toward the coastline, the low ceilings above are lined with calcified stone, embedded with the delicate fossils of prehistoric sea creatures, which naturally filter and purify the clear water as it passes beneath them. It is a quiet meeting of ancient marine life and fresh subterranean streams, where the remnants of primeval oceans, long past, now serve to cleanse the sweet water that sustains life today. The cool coral walls absorb the gentle murmur of the stream, cradling the water in an environment formed over millions of years of natural transformation. Walking in spirit through these vaulted passageways, one feels the stillness of deep time resting upon every surface. The air is cool and peaceful, smelling softly of clean stone and pure, mineral-rich water. There is no rush in the movement of the stream, only a steady, rhythmic drifting that mirrors the slow rise and fall of a quiet breath. The sea fossils overhead, bound forever in their cradle of petrified coral, watch over the dark water like silent guardians of a forgotten age. Above, the island sleeps under a vast sky filled with quiet stars, while below, the kariz continues its timeless work, filtering life-giving moisture through the quiet bones of ancient seas. Each gentle ripple carries the coolness of the deep earth, whispering of endurance, harmony, and unhurried grace. As the night deepens, the gentle flow of the underground canal carries all thoughts away into quiet rest. The subterranean stream glides onward toward the sea, pure and clear, guided by the wisdom of ancient builders and the natural elegance of the earth. There is great comfort in knowing that far beneath the soil, in places unseen and untouched by time, such peaceful currents have flowed for thousands of years and will continue to flow for thousands more. Listening to the imagined sound of water trickling softly through ancient coral, the mind slows, sinking into the soft embrace of sleep, bathed in the tranquil, timeless rhythm of the earth's deepest waters. Far beneath the sunlit expanse of the Persian Gulf, a quiet realm of cool air and soft, reverberating silence rests in perpetual darkness. Here, far below the intense heat of the surface, ancient Persian craftspeople carved subterranean galleries for water to travel across great distances without losing a drop to the dry desert winds. Carved 16 meters beneath Kish Island over 2,500 years ago, the kariz of Kish carries fresh groundwater through a subterranean gallery cut into ancient coral reef bedrock, where millions of fossilized shells line the dark, ceiling above clear, silent currents. Walking gently in thought along these underground pathways, one feels the immediate embrace of a temperature that never changes, a soothing cool that has endured across centuries. Above the water, the ceiling glimmers softly with the the fossilized shapes of ancient marine life. Countless shells, frozen in time, forming a natural mosaic carved by oceans long since past. The fresh, clear water flows steadily over the smooth floor of the gallery, reflecting the faint, resting shadows of the stone vault. Every movement of the subterranean stream is unhurried, drifting quietly forward in a steady, calming rhythm that cradles the mind in peace. The atmosphere within the kariz of Kish is steeped in a profound, dreamlike stillness. The gentle sound of water moving over stone creates a continuous, soft murmur, hushing the thoughts of the day. For millennia, this subterranean oasis provided life-giving water to an island surrounded by salt sea, drawing from clean aquifers stored within porous rock. The air carries the pleasant scent of damp mineral stone and cool moisture, breathing a sense of rest into every corner of the passage. As the subterranean current glides softly past the ancient coral bedrock, it connects the deep geologic past with the quiet present. The fossilized shells overhead watch over the clear stream with silent, timeless patience, reminding us of the slow, enduring rhythms of the natural world. Down in these cool, sheltered depths, time seems to stretch out and slow down, inviting a feeling of complete relaxation. Leaving the coastal island and moving inland across the high plateaus toward the mountains, another subterranean channel carries its vital waters through the dark earth. Near the peaceful town of Jupar, the land rests under the wide desert sky, while deep below, a natural geological formation feeds a wondrous underground river. Sustained by a deep bedrock fault near the town of Jupar, the 750-year-old Qanat Qanat produces a steady flow of 60 liters per second, creating a tranquil underground sanctuary where rare, translucent blind whitefish swim through dark limestone channels. In the cool, absolute darkness of these limestone passages, these unique whitefish glide through the currents with effortless grace, perfectly adapted to their undisturbed home. The volume of water remains remarkably constant, never faltering, offering a dependable and soothing flow that has sustained life for 7 centuries. The dark limestone walls of the Qanat cannot absorb the soft sounds of the moving stream, turning every ripple into a low, comforting rhythm. To imagine sitting beside this subterranean channel is to enter a sanctuary of pure quietude, where the worries of the day dissolve into darkness. The steady current moves with gentle strength, nourishing distant orchards while keeping its own origin hidden in cool solitude. As night settles over the landscape above, the ancient Qanats of Kish and Jupar continue their timeless work, carrying fresh water through bedrock and coral in an uninterrupted, peaceful flow. In the quiet depth of these underground channels, the slow movement of water provides a gentle lullaby, guiding the mind toward deep, restful sleep. Deep beneath the quiet foothills of Kermanshah, far below the sunlit fields and dusty mountain paths, a gentle current trickles through the stillness of the earth. Here, hidden within the cool darkness of the underworld. Ancient hand-carved passages cut into subterranean rock carry life-giving mountain waters toward the valley floor. The air inside these underground channels remains soft, moist, and wonderfully constant, protected entirely from the scorching glare of the daytime sun and the biting chill of desert nights. For hundreds of years, this subterranean system has whispered its steady song to the surrounding stone, creating an environment of extraordinary peace, where time seems to slow down to the slow, measured pulse of flowing water. As you drift along with the imagined stream, the soothing sound of soft ripples echoing off smooth rock walls wraps around your thoughts like a heavy, comforting blanket. Every drop of water carries the memory of distant snow caps, filtering slowly through layers of natural stone before joining the central channel below. In this quiet sanctuary under the earth, the darkness is not cold or formidable, but rather a protective shelter, keeping the water pure, calm, and resting in everlasting shade. Moving further into these hidden stone corridors, one comes upon the historic channels of Kermanshah, where the subterranean realm reveals a remarkably balanced and quiet ecosystem. In the shaded subterranean limestone channels of the 900-year-old Qanat of Zarch in Kermanshah, small endemic freshwater crabs, Potamen persicum, scuttle quietly across the gravel bed, maintaining crystal water clarity by consuming organic detritus in cool 15 degrees C currents. These small creatures move with an unhurried grace, their delicate limbs picking gently over smooth pebbles, while the continuous stream glides softly above them. The constant temperature provides a stable home where life unfolds far from the hurried rhythms of the world above. Their gentle feeding keeps the passing stream immaculate, ensuring that every drop remains as clear as liquid glass as it moves downstream. There is an enchanting stillness to their work, a quiet partnership between the water, the stone, and the tiny guardians who keep the subterranean channel pristine. In this quiet haven, every movement is deliberate and peaceful, mirroring the soft flow of the water that nurtures them day after day, century after century. As the water continues its slow journey through the winding channels, it carries this pure, cool refreshment toward the open air, where it will eventually emerge to nourish sleeping orchards and quiet green fields. Yet, within the underground passages, the mood remains one of absolute serenity. The gentle murmur of the current serves as a natural lullaby, filling the vaulted limestone corridors with a soft, rhythmic cadence that invites complete relaxation. The surrounding earth holds the stream in a protective embrace, shielding it from external disturbances and allowing the water to maintain its steady, gentle pace. Floating along this tranquil pathway, one can feel the heavy weight of the waking world gently dissolve into the cool, dark air. The ancient subterranean channels stand as a testament to a harmonious relationship with nature, where human ingenuity and natural processes blend effortlessly beneath the sleeping earth. Now, Let your mind rest in the peaceful depth of this underground sanctuary. Feel the cool air resting gently against your skin, and hear the soft, rhythmic patter of water drops falling from the arched stone, sealing into the clear channel below. Each ripple on the surface reflects the profound tranquility of a system that has sustained life for generations without noise or haste. The water flows on, steady and calm, through the dark limestone channels, carrying a quiet promise of renewal to the land above, while offering deep, undisturbed rest to all within its subterranean path. As the stream glides smoothly into the shadows, a deep sense of stillness settles over the cavernous space, inviting a peaceful, effortless drift into sleep. Deep beneath the sun-warmed earth of northeastern Persia, where the dry desert wind drifts gently across quiet valleys, an ancient calm dwells within the subterranean aqueducts known as Qanats. For hundreds of years, these hand-carved galleries have gathered the cool, pure waters from distant mountain aquifers, guiding them along soft, barely perceptible slopes toward the arid communities waiting below, shielded completely from the sun's intense heat and the constant moisture-stealing air of the surface. The atmosphere inside these passages remains remarkably steady, cool, and filled with the low, hypnotic cadence of moving water. The underground air carries the clean scent of wet mineral earth and smooth river stones, creating a sanctuary of quiet stability and restful shadow. Here, far beneath the bustling towns and sunlit farms, time unfolds at an unhurried pace, marked only by the soft, rhythmic patter of condensation falling from stone archway ceilings and the steady glide of pristine currents over smoothed bedrock. It is a world suspended in eternal twilight, where every drop moves with a gentle, purposeful grace, carrying the quiet memory of snowmelt from distant peaks on its long, peaceful journey toward the desert. As these hidden streams wind through the subterranean passages, they foster secret ecosystems that thrive in the absolute peace of the dark. In the shaded subterranean currents of the 800-year-old Qanat of Torbat-e in Khorasan, pale freshwater bryozoans, Plumetella repens, form delicate, lace-like colonies across damp limestone cobbles, quietly filtering organic particles as spring water drifts toward desert fields. These tiny, translucent organisms dwell in perfect harmony with the gentle flow, anchoring themselves to smooth stones worn down by centuries of continuous immersion. Undisturbed by external noise or seasonal shifts, their microscopic tentacles sway subtly in the steady current, capturing minuscule nutrients brought down from distant mountain recharge zones. The presence of such delicate aquatic life speaks to the pristine quality and remarkable ecological continuity of these ancient engineered waterways. For 8 centuries without pause, the water in Torbat-e has maintained its soothing temperature and steady, unhurried velocity, allowing tiny colonies to flourish across the sunless channel floor. In this hidden sanctuary, life proceeds with effortless stillness, matching the patient rhythm of the Qanat itself, as it nourishes both the microscopic filter feeders beneath the water's surface and the vast agricultural fields waiting miles away under the starlit night sky. Eventually, after traveling through miles of dark, hand-hewn channels, the water approaches the Mazar, the open outlet where the underground tunnel meets the surface world. The transition is soft and gradual, as the cool subterranean current emerges into shallow stone basins surrounded by quiet village paths and sleeping groves of pomegranate and walnut trees. Here, in the profound stillness of the desert night, the water is guided into narrow earth ditches that weave gently through terraced orchards, soaking deeply into the thirsty soil beneath a clear blanket of stars. The air grows sweet and fragrant with the scent of damp earth, blooming night jasmine, and cool mountain air settling into the valley. The farmers of the oasis have long relied on this nightly release, trusting the Qanat's unfailing ability to deliver fresh water without the need for mechanical pumps or noisy machinery. As the quiet streams divide into smaller, soft rivulets across the sleeping landscape, the gentle sound of moving water lulls the entire valley into a state of deep, restorative rest. The ancient Qanats remain a timeless testament to human patience and ecological harmony, quietly sustaining life through the peaceful darkness. As dusk unfolds across the wide, sun-warmed expanses of the Iranian plateau, a cool and gentle stillness settles over the desert landscape. Far above the arid plains, the evening sky transitions into shades of soft indigo, illuminated by the first faint stars of twilight. Tracing across the rolling terrain are long, delicate lines of circular mounds, marking the hidden paths of ancient Qanats that have carried life beneath the surface for thousands of years. These subtle ground formations mark the openings of deep vertical access shafts that connect the open desert air with the subterranean channels far below. Along the desert surface, the vertical ventilation shafts of ancient Qanats are often crowned with small mud brick dome shelters called *kali, designed with narrow side openings that catch soft breezes while shielding the subterranean water from blowing sandstorms. Crafted by skilled builders using local clay and straw, these humble structures stand as quiet guardians over the subterranean waters. The narrow vents capture the cool evening currents, encouraging a gentle draft to slide downward into the darkness, while ensuring that fine dust and wind-blown sand remain safely outside on the open plain. Stepping away from the warm surface air and descending into the heart of the Qanat, one enters a world of profound silence and soothing cool. Here, far beneath the heat of the desert day, the temperature remains remarkably steady throughout the seasons, offering a peaceful sanctuary where time seems to slow down. The earthen walls of the tunnel, carved with patient precision by ancient hydraulic engineers, known as muqannis, curve gently overhead, holding back the weight of the earth with quiet strength. Along the floor of the tunnel, a shallow channel allows crystal-clear mountain runoff to flow with a soft, steady murmur that resonates through the subterranean quiet. The air within these dark passages is continuously refreshed by the surface breeze drifting through the distant ventilation shafts, creating a clean and oxygenated environment along the underground riverbed. The water glides smoothly over beds of fine sand and rounded river stones, nurtured by the continuous movement of air and the natural gradient of the channel as it travels effortlessly across miles of quiet darkness. Within this hidden aquatic environment, a delicate and self-sustaining ecosystem thrives in complete darkness and perfect equilibrium. The oxygen brought down by the surface vents creates ideal conditions for tiny subterranean organisms that have adapted to a lifetime of calm isolation. In the dark, oxygen-rich gravel beds of central Iranian Qanats, microscopic translucent amphipods of the genus Niphargus, live in subterranean silence, naturally consuming organic detritus and keeping the underground streams clear as they drift toward desert oases. Blind and almost ghost-like in their delicate transparency, these small crustaceans move gracefully among the submerged pebbles, performing an essential service without ever disturbing the stillness of their environment. By consuming tiny particles of organic material that find their way into the stream, they help preserve the purity and clarity of the water. Their quiet work ensures that the underground stream remains untainted, maintaining a pristine quality as it glides silently beneath the desert floor. Eventually, after its long and protected journey through the cool subterranean galleries, the water approaches the edge of the desert basin, where the channel gradually rises toward the sunlight. Here, at the *Majar*, where the Qanat meets the open air, the clear stream emerges smoothly into terraced gardens, date palm groves, and quiet courtyards filled with the fragrance of blooming jasmine. The gentle splash of water flowing into stone basins brings a sense of timeless renewal to the oasis, continuing a peaceful cycle that has nourished generations in complete harmony with the arid earth. As night settles completely over the plateau, the quiet flow of the Qanat continues unabated, a testament to ancient wisdom, soft breezes, and subterranean life working together in silent rhythm. In the calm embrace of this enduring sanctuary, the soothing trickle of water invites the mind to release every thought, drifting peacefully into a deep and restful sleep. Far beneath the sun-baked expanse of the Iranian plateau, where the desert wind whispers across arid plains and sun-bleached stones, there exists a world of profound stillness and enduring shade. Here, deep within the ancient subterranean network of the Qanat, cool water glides silently along hand-carved stone channels created many centuries ago, while the surface world endures the searing heat and blinding brightness of midday. down below the temperature remains soothingly constant, wrapped in a tranquil blanket of moist, earth-scented air at regular intervals across the landscape. This hidden subterranean tunnel connects to the upper world through vertical access chimneys, deep, circular shafts excavated straight down into the earth to allow fresh air to circulate and to provide light for the original canal builders. Descending into one of these long vertical shafts, the harsh glare of the desert sun gradually softens into a gentle, meditative twilight. The air grows noticeably cooler with every foot of depth, carrying the faint, rhythmic sound of moving water echoing softly off ancient stone walls. It is a realm set apart from the rush of time, where the heat of the day cannot reach, offering a peaceful sanctuary where the earth breathes in slow, quiet, and measured rhythms. As air moves lazily through these subterranean conduits, it creates a unique and delicate refuge where underground moisture meets the ambient air of the world above. High overhead, the distant opening of the shaft frames a small, serene circle of blue sky, casting a long column of soft, diffuse light far down into the cool shadows. Within the damp, shaded microclimates of vertical ventilation shafts, delicate maidenhair ferns, Adiantum capillus veneris, thrive along moist limestone walls, nourished by faint shafts of sunlight filtering down from the desert surface. These tender green fronds, supported by dark, wire-thin stems, sway ever so slightly in the faint breeze that drifts upward from the stream below. Small droplets of groundwater gather upon the porous limestone, glistening like tiny crystal beads in the muted light before slipping silently into the water channel. It is a tranquil, miniature ecosystem tucked away from the harsh, dry climate outside. A secret sanctuary nurtured by the subtle interplay of human craft and nature's quiet adaptability. The lush green presence of the ferns softens the rigid lines of the ancient stonework, transforming these functional air vents into peaceful vertical gardens suspended between the bright desert sky and the dark, refreshing stream beneath. Listening to the slow, periodic drip of moisture from the fern-draped stones into the subterranean river brings a deep sense of serenity and quiet rest. For countless generations, these secluded vertical shafts have maintained this undisturbed balance, regulating the flow of air and temperature to keep the underground channel cool and pure. Below, the water continues its long, patient journey toward distant village oases and verdant agricultural terraces, flowing steadily beneath the sands without sound or hurry. In the quiet depth of the Qanat system, the air remains fresh and soothing, steeped in the comforting scent of wet stone and cool earth, inviting the mind to unburden itself and surrender to stillness. Surrounded by the gentle harmony of shadow, soft light, and living greenery, one can sink into peaceful relaxation, knowing that deep within the quiet earth, a timeless stream flows onward, nurturing life in hidden spaces with quiet, unwavering grace. as dusk settles softly across the vast Iranian plateau. The desert landscape surrounding ancient cities like Yazd transitions into a quiet, starlit serenity. The intense, radiant heat of the daytime slowly dissipates into the clear evening sky, leaving behind a profound stillness that stretches across wide expanses of sun-baked earth, sand, and stone. Deep beneath this resting surface, sheltered from the sun and the dry desert winds, the ancient Qanat network continues its uninterrupted, tranquil journey. Water that began its long passage high up in distant mountain aquifers glides effortlessly along hand-carved subterranean channels, moving with a subtle, perpetual rhythm toward the valley floors below. Along the landscape above, regular rows of circular vertical shaft openings dot the terrain like gentle breathing pores, connecting the dark underground channels directly to the cool, refreshing night air outside, inviting the quiet atmosphere of the desert evening to drift down into the subterranean world. As the sky deepens into shades of twilight indigo, a remarkable thermodynamic harmony quietly takes place within these subterranean passages. The constant, tranquil movement of the underground stream acts as a natural air pump, pulling the night air down through the open shafts and circulating it smoothly along the buried stone corridors. The endless flow of underground water draws cool air down the vertical shaft openings, creating subterranean breeze currents that allow domed yakhchals in desert cities like Yazd to keep stored mountain ice frozen through hot summer nights. These soaring, cone-shaped ice houses, built by master craftspeople using thick, insulating walls of mud brick, clay, and heat-resistant plaster, were ingeniously designed to harness these subterranean breezes. Channeled through underground flues into the lower storage chambers, the cool air currents enveloped the deep basins in a persistent, comforting chill, preserving the precious ice long after the mountain snows had passed. Inside the dark, cavernous interior of the domed yakhchal ice harvested from high mountain valleys during winter, or formed in shallow channels on cold desert nights, remained safely preserved throughout the warm months. The continuous circulation of subterranean air maintained a cool, remarkably stable microclimate, allowing thick blocks of ice to stay solid and pristine, even when the desert above experienced the full heat of summer. This elegant synergy between water, air, and earthen architecture operated without any mechanical power, relying entirely on the natural gradients of temperature, gravity, and atmospheric pressure. The subterranean breezes flowing through the Qanat network cooled not only the stored ice, but also provided natural air conditioning for nearby homes, garden pavilions, and wind-catcher towers, filling the subterranean resting spaces with a subtle, refreshing mist that softened the arid night air. In the deep, restful quiet of the late night, the soft, rhythmic murmur of water moving beneath the desert floor blends softly with the faint whisper of air passing through the vertical shafts, The gentle trickle echoing through the subterranean canals offers a calming soundscape that has comforted generations of travelers and city dwellers across thousands of years. Within the sleeping desert city, the air remains surprisingly fresh and soothing, a timeless gift from the hidden water channels gliding silently beneath the moonlit streets and quiet courtyards. As the stars move slowly across the vast night sky, the gentle, cooling pulse of the Qanats continues its silent work, bringing balance to the land, preserving comfort, and wrapping the desert in a peaceful, timeless embrace. As night settles softly across the expansive plateau of ancient Persia, the dry desert air yields its daytime warmth to the vast and starry expanse of the sky. In this quiet hour, when the daytime breezes fall silent and the earth beneath our feet begins to breathe out its remaining heat, the underground channels of the Qanats continue their age-old journey uninterrupted through the dark soil. Far below the surface, the water flows with a steady, soothing rhythm, guided by the gentlest of slopes carved through subterranean rock, gravel, and clay centuries ago by patient master builders. When this cool stream finally emerges into the crisp open air near the historic desert city of Kerman, it meets the deep, still chill of a clear winter evening. The surrounding landscape is bathed in a tranquil silver light, and the gentle trickle of water creates a restful, repetitive melody that mirrors the slow, peaceful cadence of nighttime. Here, in the profound stillness between earth and sky, the ancient caretakers of the desert understood how to gently invite the natural cold of the night to transform flowing water into a winter treasure, capturing the cool essence of the seasoned deep within the earth to sustain life and bring comfort through the long, sunlit days ahead. On crisp winter nights in Kerman, shallow streams of cool Qanat water were guided into shaded channels beside adobe ice houses, *yakhchal*, freezing into thin glass-like sheets that were stored in subterranean vaults for summer. These remarkable structures, crafted from dense adobe mud brick, sand, and insulating straw, featured massive, soaring shade walls that cast long, protective shadows over the water channels. These tall walls shielded the shallow pools from the low rays of the early morning and late afternoon sun, allowing the nocturnal freeze to deepen undisturbed even as daylight returned. As the freezing desert air rested quietly over the water's surface, layer upon delicate layer of ice formed in the darkness, gleaming soft and clear beneath the midnight sky. Before the sun could soften the newly formed crystal sheets, workers would gently harvest the ice, breaking it into smooth slabs and sliding them down into deep, subterranean storage pits lined with thick insulation of dry reeds and woven cloth. Down in these subterranean chambers, protected by massive conical domes that allowed any residual heat to rise and escape, the stored ice remained preserved for months on end. Through this quiet and elegant process, the inhabitants of the desert harnessed the simple laws of radiative cooling, allowing thermal energy to escape into the clear sky to create an abundance of stored cold that would later bring refreshing relief during the intense heat of midsummer. Beyond the ice houses, the remaining water moves onward through the darkness, carrying with it a timeless sense of balance, purpose, and stillness. Every curve of the open channels, every carefully laid mud brick of the yakhchal reflects a deep, patient understanding of the land, the atmosphere, and their quiet seasonal cycles. There is no rush or tension in the movement of the Qanat, nor in the silent formation of ice beneath the winter constellations. Everything unfolds with natural ease and rhythmic harmony. The cool night air lingers above the damp earth, carrying the faint, soothing scent of wet clay and stone, while the soft murmur of water continues to whisper its gentle lullaby across the sleeping landscape. As you listen to the steady, unhurried stream winding through the peaceful desert night, the mind settles into a state of quiet repose, cradled by the enduring wisdom of an ancient system that has brought life, comfort, and cool sanctuary across centuries of tranquil Persian evenings. As twilight descends over the ancient desert plateaus of Persia, the sun's lingering warmth gives way to a hush of cool evening air. Far beneath the sun-baked soil and tiled courtyards, subterranean channels carry mountain snowmelt on a perpetual, quiet journey through the dark earth. For centuries, master builders understood how to pair this secret hydrological pulse with the geometry of wind and baked earth, turning the harsh, dry climate into a sanctuary of calm. In these historic oasis towns, architecture did not merely shield people from the midday heat. It invited the subterranean world upward, using the gentle breath of deep aquifers to create places of profound stillness and restorative shade. As night falls, the soft whisper of unseen water weaves through foundation walls, lulling the resting city into a deep and peaceful slumber. In the historic city of Yazd, surrounded by endless reaches of golden sand, this delicate harmony between subterranean water and open sky reaches a breathtaking stillness within the tranquil precincts of Dawlat-Abad. Built in the middle of the 18th century, the garden unfolds as a long emerald ribbon of tall cypress trees, quiet reflecting pools, and delicate fruit orchards. At its center stands an extraordinary architectural structure designed to capture the passing air and transform it into a soothing breeze. Inside the 18th century Dawlat-Abad garden in Yazd, a subterranean Qanat stream flows directly beneath a 33.8-meter adobe windcatcher, drawing warm desert breezes across the cool water surface to drop interior room temperatures naturally. The high octagonal tower reaches up into the sky to catch even the subtle, high-altitude currents of the desert air, channeling the dry heat downward toward the earth-chilled stream. As the hot wind brushes softly against the flowing water, it sheds its intensity, turning into a moist, gentle draft that rises through plaster niches and shaded corridors. To step into this cool sanctuary from the sun is to experience an ancient, quiet magic, where nature and human craft join without effort or sound. Farther to the west, along the rim of the central desert in Kashan, traditional desert architecture sought an even deeper sanctuary from the summer heat by retreating into the earth itself. Below the sun-drenched courtyards of grand merchant residences, down cool brick stairways that descend into quiet gloom, lay rooms crafted purely for rest during the oppressive heat of the afternoon. In traditional desert homes across Kashan, private subterranean resting rooms called *Sardab's * were constructed 10 meters below courtyard level, directly above flowing Qanats, where gentle water evaporation kept shaded brick vaults at a restful 20 degrees Celsius. Beneath vaulted ceilings carved with intricate geometric brickwork, family members would seek solace from the sun, lulled by the faint sound of water gliding beneath stone floorboards. The thick layer of earth above insulated these underground retreats from the harsh outdoor climate, while the subtle evaporation of the Qanat stream chilled the air to a steady, pleasant atmosphere that favored deep sleep and contemplative quiet. In these subterranean depths, time seemed to slow down, measured only by the rhythmic drop of moisture and the calm, steady breathing of sleepers. These magnificent cooling spaces showcase a profound, timeless respect for the natural elements, using no complex machinery, only the weight of brick, the pull of wind, and the tireless flow of underground rivers. As night deepens and stars gather over the courtyard domes, the temperature throughout the garden pavilions and subterranean vaults settles into an enduring, soothing stillness. The Qanats continue their steady, unseen voyage through the darkness, carrying life and coolness beneath sleepy streets and silent orchards. Surrounded by the earth's natural embrace, listening to the soft murmur of water flowing far below, one can release every thought of the waking day and slide effortlessly into a dreamless, peaceful rest. As twilight fades over the vast, quiet landscapes of the ancient Near East, a cool mountain breeze slips gently down from the snow-dusted ridges, whispering across high plateaus and arid foothills. High above, the night sky opens into a peaceful canopy of soft, twinkling stars, while beneath the surface of the earth, far removed from the sharp chill of the evening air, a steady stream of pure groundwater continues its unhurried journey through handcrafted channels. These ancient Qanat systems, carved into the bedrock with patient precision generation after generation, do far more than simply transport life-giving moisture across leagues of sun-baked terrain. They create a hidden world of quiet balance and enduring peace, where the elements rest in harmonious stillness away from the changing shifts of the open sky. Deep underground, wrapped in the thick, protective embrace of stone and soil, the subterranean climate remains remarkably constant throughout the passing year. The water itself, drawn from deep mountain aquifers fed by ancient winter snowmelt, carries a gentle, unyielding thermal stability that never wavers with the changing seasons. Even when freezing winter winds sweep across the high mountain passes, the air within these stone-lined channels stays wonderfully mild and welcoming. To step down into these sunken corridors at day's end is to enter a peaceful sanctuary governed by soft echoes, draftless air, and the comforting, rhythmic hum of water moving gently toward distant fields and orchards. The natural stillness of this underground realm offers a profound sense of calm, where the hurried pace of the day dissolves, and every breath naturally becomes deeper, slower, and more serene. This enduring thermal balance was recognized and deeply cherished by ancient inhabitants who learned to design their homes in complete harmony with the subtle forces beneath their feet. In 401 BCE, the Greek historian Xenophon recorded in his Anabasis that villagers along the arid Armenian foothills built subterranean homes directly adjacent to flowing Qanat channels, using the constant geothermal warmth of the underground water to keep family sleeping quarters restful during winter nights. Within these earth-sheltered dwellings, carved with great care into the sloping hillside, the biting mountain winds could not penetrate, and the freezing night air lost its power to chill. Families gathered together in cozy rooms constructed beside the subterranean streams, where the unseen presence of running water murmured softly through the stone masonry, radiating a subtle, comforting heat born deep within the earth. This steady thermal presence created a mild microclimate, filling the quiet bedrooms with a restful atmosphere that invited easy relaxation and deep, tranquil rest. Outside, the mountain shadows stretch long across the sleeping valleys, but beneath the threshold of earth, all remains calm, secure, and unchanged. The deep soil acts as an ancient blanket, cradling the quiet pulse of the water as it moves smoothly onward, nourishing the land and sustaining those who rest nearby. Every hand-hewn stone in the subterranean walls reflects centuries of peaceful human presence, of communities who learned to listen to the hidden rhythms of the earth and find sanctuary in its quiet depths. As the midnight hours deepen, the gentle flow within the Qanat continues its continuous, serene melody, a timeless heartbeat resting peacefully within the rock. The rhythmic sound of moving water untangles the lingering thoughts of the day, replacing them with a quiet, soothing stillness. Nestled in the soft warmth of this underground haven, suspended between the solid earth and the gentle passage of time, one feels completely supported and safe, allowing a deep, restful sleep to settle naturally over body and mind like a soft evening blanket. As dusk descends across the arid stretches of the Iranian plateau, the fierce heat of the desert day slowly gives way to the tranquil chill of twilight. Along the historic trade routes, where weary caravans have tread for centuries, the dry landscape softens into quiet shades of violet, amber, and indigo. Near the ancient city of Semnan, where the vast desert horizon seems to stretch endlessly into the evening mist, travelers seek the soothing refuge of an oasis stop. Here, far beneath the windswept surface of the earth, lies a quiet sanctuary carved by generations of skilled water builders who understood how to harness the coolness of the deep earth. Stepping away from the lingering warmth of the sun-baked sand, one descends gently through smooth arched doorways into a world designed entirely for rest and stillness. The transition from the open expanse of the desert into the sheltered sanctuary of earthen architecture brings an immediate sense of ease, inviting the body to release the accumulated fatigue of a long journey. High vaulted ceilings draw away whatever heat remains in the upper air, while thick adobe and brick walls create a peaceful barrier against the vast desert night outside. In this gentle haven, every detail of the surroundings is crafted to foster quietude, turning the harsh climate of the plains into an enduring oasis of serenity. Beneath the surface of these ancient rest stops, the genius of Persian hydro-engineering reveals itself not through grand spectacle, but through a quiet and comforting rhythm. At desert oasis stops along the Silk Road near Semnan. Subterranean Qanat streams passed directly beneath domed resting vaults called Caravansarayi Zurzamini *, allowing travelers to rest on cool brick platforms while listening to the soft, muffled murmur of underground water flowing under stone floors. These sunken chambers were constructed deep within the insulating soil, where the subterranean temperature remains softly constant throughout every season of the year, untouched by summer heat or winter wind. Lying down upon the smooth, hand-laid brick platforms, a traveler feels the deep, restoring coolness of the earth rising to soothe tired muscles and quiet a busy mind. Below the heavy stone flooring, the hidden Qanat channels carry fresh mountain snowmelt in a continuous, unseen journey across miles of arid terrain. The gentle sound of running water, filtered through layers of stone, sand, and clay, produces a low, steady murmur that fills the domed vault like a soothing lullaby. The air in these underground chambers carries a faint, refreshing trace of moisture, a gentle gift from the subterranean stream that hums softly just inches beneath the floorboards. The smooth curve of the domed ceiling subtly reflects these peaceful acoustic vibrations, creating a calm atmosphere where the soft movement of water lulls everyone present into a state of deep relaxation. In the quiet darkness of the underground vault, time seems to slow to the rhythmic pace of the hidden stream moving beneath the stones. These subterranean channels do not rush. They glide with an unhurried, natural momentum that has sustained life in these arid lands for thousands of years. Outside, high above the subterranean arches, the desert sky transforms into a vast, silent canopy of motionless stars. But down within the cool earth, it is the soft melody of the Qanat that guides the mind toward rest. Every faint ripple traveling through the dark channel below is a gentle reminder of the quiet harmony between human care and the natural flow of water. As the mind settles into the peaceful ambience of the vault, the steady acoustic pulse of the stream carries away the lingering thoughts and cares of the day. Wrapped in the comforting coolness of the brick platforms and cradled by the soft sound of underground water, sleep arrives smoothly and deeply, carried on the calm, eternal current of the Qanat. As evening descends across the vast, sun-baked expanses of the Iranian plateau, the dry desert air begins to cool under a boundless canopy of emerging stars. Far beneath the quiet streets of ancient desert settlements like Nan, a subterranean world of deep stillness and soothing moisture maintains its eternal rhythm, safe from the heat of the day. Here, the life-giving flow of underground channels has long provided a tranquil refuge for those seeking refreshment, reflection, and rest. In ancient desert settlements like Nan, subterranean water from passing Qanats fed massive public cisterns, Abanbar *, where townspeople descended down 50 cool, stone steps into domed brick vaults to collect pure water naturally filtered through deep beds of coarse sand, leaving the radiant warmth of the upper streets behind. One feels the air turn instantly crisp and comforting with every downward step into the dimness. The high, vaulted ceilings of these brick structures isolate the space from external noise, capturing only the gentle whisper of liquid trickling into the massive reservoir below. The natural filtration through layers of coarse sand leaves the water crystal clear and pure, inviting a profound sense of peaceful simplicity that mirrors the quiet calm of the surrounding architecture. In these dark underground vaults, the soft murmur of water echoing against old baked earth creates a peaceful, rhythmic lullaby, encouraging a quiet lingering in the cool darkness. Continuing its silent journey across the arid landscape, the water flows unseen beneath grand cities whose histories stretch back into the distant horizons of antiquity. Among these remarkable engineering networks, none carries a longer legacy of life than the ancient conduit moving silently beneath the city of Yazd. Dating back over 2,500 years, the 80-kilometer Zarch Qanat glides beneath the city of Yazd and drops down a cool stone stairwell *payab carved into the Jame Mosque, offering a quiet subterranean sanctuary where water flows past dark brick arches. Descending the worn stone steps into this sacred subterranean nook, one enters a sanctuary defined by smooth brickwork, ancient masonry, and the low, steady melody of moving water. The *payab* provides a sheltered rest point where the cool breeze generated by the underground stream rises naturally, offering relief to travelers and worshippers alike. Below the grand courtyard of the mosque, the water glides silently beneath dark, elegant arches crafted by devoted hands thousands of years ago. The soft, reflective surface of the stream catches the faint glow of ambient lamplight, tracing subtle patterns of gold and shadow along the curved walls. In this serene space, where history, devotion, and nature meet in absolute quietude, the soft flow of the Zarch Qanat reminds all who visit of the gentle, persistent care that has sustained life in the desert for millenniums. As night fully takes hold of the desert sky above, the underground channels continue their ceaseless, peaceful motion, carrying cool moisture through the dark heart of the earth. The constant temperature within these subterranean chambers remains unyielding throughout the seasons, holding a comforting chill that cradles the sleeping settlements overhead. The low, soft hum of water moving past ancient brickwork serves as a soothing reminder of the quiet harmony achieved between human ingenuity and the natural world. Within these hidden sanctuaries, where deep sand filter beds, cool stone stairways, and dark brick arches shelter the precious current, the mind naturally lets go of the daytime burdens. Wrapped in the timeless stillness of the Qanats, surrounded by the cool breath of underground streams, one is invited to rest deeply, drifting smoothly along with the slow, gentle tide of ancient waters as sleep softly takes hold. Far beneath the sun-warmed clay brick and iconic windcatchers of the ancient desert city of Yazd, a profound and restful stillness reigns, preserved by subterranean channels of fresh mountain water that have flowed quietly across thousands of years. On the surface, the bright desert sun warms the winding earthen alleyways, while the dry afternoon breeze whispers gently through quiet courtyards and over mud brick rooftops. Yet just beneath this sun-bleached landscape lies another realm entirely, a cool, sheltered world where life-giving streams journey in constant darkness from faraway high mountain foothills. Carved deep into the dense earth by generations of patient artisans, these underground channels create a hidden sanctuary, perfectly insulated from the evaporating heat of the summer sky. The surrounding soil forms a thick, protective blanket, maintaining a constant, refreshing temperature year-round, and filling the underground passages with a soothing, faintly humid atmosphere. To leave the bright intensity of the desert day and step into the quiet domain of these water channels is to enter a restful haven where time seems to slow down, guided only by the soft, continuous trickle of water echoing against ancient baked brick. Here, away from the bustling world above, every sound is hushed into a gentle murmur, encouraging a deep sense of peaceful ease and quiet release. Among the many water channels woven beneath this historic region, one monumental engineering marvel stands as a supreme testament to timeless harmony between human design and the natural landscape. Stretching 71 kilometers beneath Yazd province, the 3,000-year-old Qanat of Zarch, the world's longest, glides directly beneath the 14th century Jame Mosque of Yazd, where a quiet, 60-step vaulted brick staircase, *Payab, leads down to a cool underground water sanctuary. Making the slow descent down this ancient staircase feels like stepping out of the modern world and into a place of deep, meditative rest. Each step downward takes the traveler further away from the radiant desert heat above, surrounding the senses with an ambient, refreshing chill that rises from the clear stream below. The vaulted brick archways above the staircase curve with symmetrical elegance, echoing the soft, acoustic murmurs of the water, while filtering the golden daylight from above into a calm, gentle twilight. For centuries, weary travelers, local residents, and worshippers have paused at the base of this staircase, resting beside the clear, gently moving water to cool their hands, quiet their minds, and reflect in the peaceful shade of this subterranean oasis. In the quiet seclusion of the Payab, beneath the Grand Mosque, the passage of time becomes almost imperceptible, lost in the steady, soothing rhythm of the subterranean current. The water glides smoothly over its earthen bed, moving forward with an unhurried grace that has remained completely unchanged through passing dynasties, centuries, and shifting desert seasons. Within this underground sanctuary, the air carries a delicate, clean scent of damp earth and pure mountain runoff, bringing a sense of immediate physical relief and quiet mental stillness to anyone who lingers near its banks. Every ripple in the channel carries the calm energy of the mountains, smoothing away the restless thoughts of the day and inviting a deep, restorative relaxation. As the stream flows onward beneath the city streets, feeding quiet household basins, shaded gardens, and distant agricultural fields, its gentle liquid melody serves as a soft, reassuring lullaby for the surrounding desert. Above ground, the sun dips lower, casting long, peaceful shadows across the soaring minarets of Yazd, as the evening sky turns to shades of twilight indigo and soft amber. Down below, enveloped in the enduring embrace of the cool earth and the protective brickwork of the Payab, the water of Zarch continues its tranquil, unbroken journey, offering a timeless sanctuary of balance, silence, and quiet rest beneath the vast desert sky. Far below the windswept surface of the Persian desert, where the heat of the day gently fades into the cool silence of dusk, there exists a hidden world of quiet rhythm and enduring craft. High above, the town of Mabad sleeps beneath a canopy of sharp desert stars, its adobe walls storing the faint residue of daytime warmth. Yet, beneath the dry, sun-baked soil, deep within the dark embrace of the earth, an endless ribbon of mountain water moves steadily forward. For centuries, these subterranean channels have gathered the pure meltwater from distant highlands, drawing it through hand-hewn tunnels that slope imperceptibly down toward the oasis settlements. In the quiet gloom, far removed from the desert wind and the shifting sands, the air is soothingly cool and still, filled only with the soft, steady whisper of flowing water. Step by step down the long brick stairways, down into the subterranean chambers, the noise of the surface world entirely dissolves, replaced by the deep, rhythmic hum of liquid passing through stone. Here, the subterranean flow creates a temperate refuge where time seems to slow down, holding a constant temperature throughout the changing seasons, and offering a peaceful sanctuary where the earth itself seems to breathe with slow, measured regularity. Deep in this underground sanctuary, the ancient architecture opens into rounded earthen domes and vaulted halls carved directly into the dense soil and clay. Positioned 40 meters beneath the arid surface of Mabad, ancient subterranean watermills called *Asyabi Abai utilized the constant hydraulic drop of passing Qanat streams to quietly turn heavy limestone millstones inside subterranean vaults. The design of these underground mills was a marvel of ancient engineering, perfectly adapted to the harsh desert environment above. By constructing the mills so far below the surface, Persian builders ensured that the precious water would remain shielded from the searing sun and thirsty winds, keeping evaporation at an absolute minimum while maintaining a steady hydraulic force year-round. As the Qanat stream reached the entrance of the mill chamber, it was directed down a steep, narrow shaft lined with smooth tile or carved stone, allowing gravity to accelerate the current just enough to drive the horizontal wooden water wheel below. Mounted on a thick vertical shaft, this submerged wheel transferred its gentle rotation directly to the massive limestone millstones resting in the room above. The heavy stones rotated with a low, soothing friction, grinding local wheat into flour while generating almost no dust in the humid subterranean air. After passing through the subterranean wheelhouse, the water continued its journey downstream without losing a single drop of its essential purity. It glided through smooth brick conduits toward lower vaults and public access points, where townspeople would quietly fill their vessels in the cool shadow of domed reservoirs. The constant motion of the stream created a soft, rhythmic lullaby that reverberated gently off the curved ceiling of the mill vault, echoing through the brick corridors like a steady heartbeat deep within the desert earth. Outside, the night grows deeper, and the desert wind gently brushes the adobe towers above. Yet down here, 40 meters below the surface, nothing changes. The water continues its slow, unhurried descent, carrying the cooling memory of distant snowfields into the heart of the arid landscape. The millstones turn with timeless grace, suspended in the quiet dark, keeping time for an ancient ecosystem built on patience, stewardship, and harmony with nature. As the water glides onward through the underground darkness toward the sleeping fields at the edge of the town, its soft murmur invites a quiet stillness, settling over the subterranean vaults and guiding the mind into a serene, restful sleep. As twilight settles softly over the desert horizon, the hidden underworld of the Persian plateau remains immersed in a tranquil, timeless calm. Deep beneath the sun-warmed earth, far from the restless heat and glare of the daytime sun, cool mountain snowmelt drifts gently through ancient hand-carved tunnels. Here, where the deep silence of the earth cradles every soundless drop, two extraordinary subterranean, rivers travel side by side, flowing with unwavering purpose through the dark, cool alluvium, engineered parallel just meters apart beneath the desert of Baravat near Bam. The UNESCO-listed Akbarabad and Qanats Qanats function as twin underground channels, blending their subterranean currents to quietly sustain vast, surrounding date palm groves. For untold generations, these twin channels have shared a silent partnership, moving together through the subterranean darkness without ever faltering or losing their tranquil rhythm. The air within these subterranean stone conduits is remarkably cool and moist, carrying the soothing scent of damp earth, minerals, and distant mountain aquifers. As the clear waters of the Akbarabad and Qanats move gently forward, their currents merge in complete serenity, creating a single harmonious stream that glides softly toward the desert surface. Above them, night begins to spread its ink-blue veil across the sky, while down below, the continuous, gentle pulse of underground water brings quiet vitality to thousands of green palm trees standing peacefully beneath the stars. Emerging gradually into the open twilight air, the cool stream meets the peaceful evening atmosphere, where ancient stone structures wait patiently to receive its steady, life-giving flow. In these historic desert oases, the distribution of water was treated not merely as a necessity, but as a sacred art of communal balance and enduring harmony. At stone distribution hubs known as *Maxim*, ancient Persian engineers partitioned single Qanat channels using carved marble or limestone division stones. Maxim*, guiding precise, measured trickles of water into specific garden orchards with mathematical equity, smoothly worn by centuries of patient, undisturbed flow. These division stones feature carefully carved notches of varying widths, designed with incredible geometric precision to ensure that every landowner, family, and garden plot receives an exact share of the subterranean treasure. The water trickles gently over the polished lips of the marble and limestone, splitting into clear, narrow ribbons that sparkle softly under the rising moon. There is no sound of rushing hurry here, only the soft, rhythmic murmur of water falling across smooth stone, creating a natural lullaby that has echoed through these desert communities for centuries. Each small channel branches off into quiet, earthen ditches, carrying its dedicated portion toward waiting beds of pomegranates, sweet figs, and towering date palms. Under the watchful gaze of the night sky, a gentle desert breeze whispers softly through the high canopy of the date palm groves, mingling with the peaceful music of the open waterways. The thirsty earth absorbs each slow trickle with a quiet, restful gratitude, filling the night air with the fresh, soothing fragrance of damp soil, green fronds, and nighttime blossoms. Walking along the edge of the stone-lined channels, one can feel the profound sense of balance that guided the ancient master hydraulic builders, who spent their lives designing these sustainable, subterranean marvels. Without noisy pumps or modern machinery, relying solely on the delicate gradient of natural gravity and an intimate knowledge of the land. They created a system that lives in absolute, quiet rhythm with nature. As the waters of the twin Qanats settle into their nighttime pathways, feeding the deep roots of the surrounding orchards, a profound sense of stillness settles over the entire oasis. The soft, meditative ripple of water over division stones becomes a comforting backdrop to the darkening night, inviting mind and body to rest deeply, lulled by the eternal, peaceful flow of Persia's ancient Qanats. As twilight settles softly over the oasis city of Kashan, the vast expanse of the surrounding high desert grows cool beneath a darkening sky. Within the high mud brick walls of the ancient Persian gardens, the evening air transforms into a sanctuary of stillness and subtle scents of white jasmine and damp earth. Here, after miles of journeying through darkness deep beneath the mountain foothills, cold water emerges into the open air, filling stone channels that shimmer like turquoise ribbons in the fading light. The sudden drop in temperature inside the enclosure creates a microclimate of gentle moisture and whispering leaves, where majestic cypress trees sway in slow harmony with the night breeze. Stepping onto the smooth paved pathways, one is immediately enveloped by the soft, rhythmic sound of water arriving from afar, carrying the quiet memory of snowfields that melted high on the peaks. It is a space designed entirely for peaceful contemplation, where every sound is softened by steady currents gliding along polished stone beds toward deep reflection pools. At the heart of this tranquil sanctuary lies a centuries-old masterpiece of Persian hydraulic design, where human ingenuity and natural forces meet in complete stillness. In Kashan's 400-year-old Finn garden, mountain spring water from the Subterranean spring flows through buried ceramic pipes called *tombuse, engineered with tapered diameters, allowing natural gravity pressure to feed peaceful, self-balancing fountain streams without mechanical pumps. These subterranean terracotta conduits, crafted with careful precision, narrow gradually to compress the flowing water just enough so that, as it reaches each small jet set into the blue-tiled basins, it rises gracefully into low, rounded plumes before cascading softly back into the pool, because no wheels, gears, or modern machinery have ever driven this motion. The fountains emit no mechanical hum, only the soothing, continuous whisper of liquid rising and falling under the gentle dictate of Earth's own weight. Each jet rises to an equal, harmonious height, balancing itself automatically as changes in pressure pass imperceptibly through the network of ceramic tubes below. The result is a mesmerizing dance of water that has remained unchanged for centuries, offering a restful visual rhythm that draws the mind into deep calm. Watching these self-sustaining fountains, one senses the profound understanding ancient builders possessed regarding the balance between effort and yield. The water does not hurry, nor does it force its way upward. It simply responds to the natural slope of the land and the precise narrowing of its clay path, rising only as high as gravity permits before returning to the calm surface below. The gentle ripples circle outward across turquoise tiles, meeting marble edges and sending faint light reflections onto surrounding archways. As night deepens over Kashan, the sound of the fountains becomes the primary rhythm of the garden, lulling every creature to rest. The cool air settled over the water carries away the heat of the day, leaving behind only clarity and ease. Sitting by the edge of the pool, one can watch the reflection of early evening stars on the gently moving surface, knowing that far up in the mountains, the Soleimanier spring continues its slow, generous release into the night. The continuous flow of the Qanats and springs serves as a gentle reminder of nature's quiet endurance and the beauty of effortless harmony. Long after the garden gate is closed and the city around it falls silent, the water maintains its slow, ancient pulse through tapered pipes and open stone runs. It passes under shadow-draped pavilions, nourishing the roots of old cypress trees and flowering shrubs before drifting softly back toward the wider plains beyond the walls. To listen to this subterranean gift as it rises and settles is to step outside the hurried pace of modern hours and enter a timeless space shaped by gravity, stone, and time. As you drift toward sleep, the image of Finn Garden's turquoise pools remains clear and comforting. A cool oasis under the starry sky, where water flows without effort and peace resides in every drop. In the quiet expanse of the Iranian plateau, where the desert night wraps the landscape in a cool and velvety hush, a silent journey unfolds far beneath the earth's surface. Here, beneath the sun-baked plains and distant mountain ridges, an ancient network of subterranean channels carries fresh water across vast distances, preserving every precious drop from the thirsty desert air and intense afternoon heat. For generations, these underground waterways, built with extraordinary patience and hand-hewn precision, have sustained human communities and lush oases in one of the driest regions of the world. Walking across the gravelly terrain above, a traveler might only notice the occasional circular mound of earth marking an air shaft, a subtle chimney rising like a small breath from the hidden realm below. Beneath those small openings, the cool air moves softly over a gentle, steady current that has not paused for centuries. The water travels in near total darkness, following the slight, precise inclination crafted by master well diggers long ago. In this subterranean sanctuary, there is no sound save for the subtle murmur of fluid gliding against stone, an unbroken lullaby that echoes through the deep channels, keeping time with the calm, steady heartbeat of the ancient desert landscape. Among these subterranean engineering marvels, one particular channel stands out for its extraordinary purity and timeless grace. Winding across 45 kilometers through Yazd province for over 700 years, the Hassan Abadi Mashir Qanat flows entirely through beds of granite and quartz sand without touching salt or gypsum deposits, keeping its subterranean stream remarkably sweet and clear as it enters the shaded pools of Polyvamper Garden, far below the surface, where mineral formations can so often alter the character of desert water. This channel glides strictly through pristine layers of hard granite and coarse quartz sand, ensuring that no harsh minerals, salt veins, or brackish traces ever spoil its delicate, refreshing quality. Step by step, over miles of dark stone and coarse sediment, the stream naturally clarifies itself, emerging from its long underground transit as fresh and cool as the rain that nurtured the distant highlands. This carefully chosen path through inert rock reflects a profound, practical understanding of local geology, passed down through generations of Qanat masters who knew precisely where to carve their tunnels to protect the water's natural sweetness. As the current moves steadily onward through the quiet stone conduits, it carries with it the cool, restorative essence of the mountains, traveling unseen toward the historic gardens waiting below. When the subterranean stream finally reaches its destination, it emerges gently into the open, sun-dappled air of Polyvamper Garden in Mariz, where tall plane trees, pomegranates, and old weeping willows cast long, comforting shadows over smooth stone channels. The transition from the dark underground gallery to the verdant, peaceful garden brings a soothing sense of harmony and quiet joy to all who wander beneath the canopy. Here, the crystal clear water fills stone-lined basins, flowing gracefully from one level to another with a soft, rhythmic gurgle that rests the mind and settles the spirit after a long day. The surface of the pools ripples in the evening breeze, reflecting the deep blues of the fading sky and the gentle twinkle of early stars appearing overhead. Ancient cypress trees extend their deep roots into the sweet water, drinking deeply from the continuous flow that has nourished generations of plant life in this protected oasis. As twilight deepens into night, the surrounding air grows pleasantly cool, rich with the damp fragrance of earth, fresh leaves, and evening blossoms. Beside the resting waters, the gentle sound of the stream creates a serene atmosphere, inviting complete stillness and quiet rest, carrying the timeless rhythm of the Qanat through the peaceful, star-filled night. As autumn settles softly over the Iranian plateau, the high desert air cools into a peaceful evening stillness, and a restful hush descends across the ancient agricultural oases. Deep beneath the sun-warmed earth, far removed from the shifting winds of the desert surface, the subterranean Qanat channels continue their quiet, timeless journey, carrying pure water from distant mountain aquifers down to the fertile valleys below. These subterranean watercourses carry not only moisture, but also the gentle memory of snows that fell upon high peak seasons ago, filtering slowly through layers of stone into hidden aquifers. In desert oases around Berjand, the fine mineral silt, jelly Qanat, gently cleared from underground Qanat beds during seasonal autumn maintenance, was spread around the bases of pomegranate trees, nourishing desert roots with nutrients carried from mountain aquifers. This thoughtful agricultural ritual ensured that the valuable mineral richness harvested from deep mountain bedrock was returned directly to the topsoil, nourishing the orchards so that they could rest deeply through the cold winter months and awaken refreshed in the spring. The labor of clearing the channel beds called for quiet dedication as workers moved through the shadowed underground galleries, carefully collecting the dark, soft sediment that had accumulated over long months of silent water flow. Each basket of silt lifted into the calm evening air served as a vital bridge between the high mountain ranges far away and the quiet roots waiting patiently in the arid desert soil. A short distance across the plateau, in the tranquil desert oasis of Kur, the underground channels offered another remarkable display of harmony between human ingenuity and natural thermodynamics. Beneath the arid surface, the air inside the subterranean Qanat tunnels maintained a remarkably constant, cool temperature year-round, refreshed continuously by the gentle movement of water and the deep insulation of the earth above. In the desert oasis of Kur, villagers placed porous unglazed terracotta jars, *QZE Abai*, into dark alcoves along subterranean Qanat channels, using gentle water evaporation through clay walls to keep harvested pomegranates cool and fresh through long desert nights. The porous clay allowed minute amounts of water to seep outward, where the dry subterranean air currents slowly drew it away into the atmosphere. This quiet, self-regulating process of evaporative cooling transformed each dark alcove into a natural underground refrigeration chamber, protecting the delicate skins and sweet, ruby-red arils of the freshly picked fruit from the lingering ambient warmth of the surrounding desert. Resting within these cool earthen niches, the pomegranates remained in pristine condition, preserved through the night by the quiet interplay of moisture, clay, and shadow, waiting in silence for the morning light. This gentle subterranean ecosystem demonstrates how ancient Persian water engineering operated in complete alignment with natural cycles, transforming an unforgiving desert environment into a lasting sanctuary of life, nourishment, and calm. Every element of the Qanat network served a peaceful purpose, from the mineral-laden silt that refreshed the orchard soil to the subtle evaporative breezes that protected the precious autumn harvest. Nothing was wasted, and every natural force was guided with stillness and care, creating an enduring refuge where human life and desert landscape existed as one. As the evening deepens across the plateau, and a vast canopy of brilliant stars fills the clear desert night sky, the soft, rhythmic trickle of water moving through the underground stone conduits creates a soothing lullaby for the sleeping valley. Rooted deeply within the mineral-rich soil, and cradled by the timeless cool of the subterranean earth, the pomegranate groves rest in quiet peace, nurtured by the steady, restorative flow of mountain water drifting silently beneath the desert floor. As dusk settles over the high desert plateaus surrounding Kerman, a serene hush descends across the vast expanse of sand and distant mountains. The intense heat of the day gently fades into the cool, still air of evening, inviting a deep sense of stillness to wrap around the clay brick villages. Beneath this quiet land, deep within the dark, hand-excavated passages of the Qanats, the water continues its slow and ceaseless journey. Untroubled by the changing light above, it flows in a soft, steady rhythm, carrying the mountain snowmelt down gentle gradients carved long ago by patient subterranean builders. Outside, the night sky opens wide, revealing a dense canopy of brilliant, quiet stars that seem to watch over the slumbering landscape. In the calm of the nocturnal hours, the sound of trickling water becomes a soothing lullaby for the desert, a gentle reminder of the ancient engineering that has quietly nourished life in these dry reaches for thousands of years. In the desert communities surrounding the ancient city of Kerman, the nighttime distribution of this precious underground stream is guided by the watchful yet tranquil care of the local water manager, known as the mirab, sitting quietly by the main channel split as the stars drift overhead. The mirab tracks the precise duration of each garden's water allotment, measuring the passage of time by the silent descent of water levels or the slow movement of celestial bodies. To keep a quiet and indisputable record of each family's turn during the dark hours, he turns to an ancient tradition of wooden tally sticks known as chubcot. Taking two identical strips of polished wood, one kept by the manager and the other held by the landowner, the mirab makes small, deliberate notches across both pieces simultaneously to record the exact duration of flow. When the soft amber light of dawn finally gilds the eastern horizon, the manager and the farmers gather at the channel's edge to join their respective halves. As the carved notches meet and lock into perfect alignment, every single minute of subterranean flow is accounted for with absolute trust and transparency, entirely free from the need for written ledgers or ink. This quiet, dawn ritual reflects a deep harmony between the desert people, their shared environment, and the underground currents that sustain them. There is no urgency in the exchange, only the gentle satisfaction of a system shaped by centuries of mutual trust and patient observation. As the morning sun warms the earth, the water flows onward through narrow mud brick conduits, branching off to nourish rows of pomegranates, pistachios, and fragrant rose bushes. The soft gurgle of the stream moving through the channels creates a rhythmic melody, easing the village into another day, while the cool depths of the earth continue their silent work. Beneath the sunlit surface, far below the reach of the dry desert winds, the Qanat maintains its steady, hidden course, carrying its life-giving waters in peace and perpetual quiet through the heart of the ancient land. As dusk settles over the high desert plateau, the intense heat of the sun fades into the cool, still air of twilight. Beneath the surface of the dry, sun-baked earth, a hidden world of quiet activity continues undisturbed, carrying life from distant mountain roots to the heart of ancient settlements, deep within the gently sloping underground channels of the Qanat. Cool mountain groundwater glides smoothly along hand-excavated subterranean passages, shielded entirely from the harsh desert sun and the thirsty winds above. The air inside these ancient tunnels is damp and soothing, smelling faintly of clean stone and rich, dark soil. For miles, the unseen stream flows with a steady, rhythmic patience, descending by only the slightest angle so as not to erode its earthen bed. As the village above prepares for sleep and lights flicker out one by one along the narrow clay alleys, the water emerges from the darkness of the tunnel mouth into open air. It fills small stone basins and clear channels that thread through quiet courtyards, reflecting the deep sapphire hues of the evening sky and the first evening stars. In this tranquil twilight hour, the soft sound of trickling water becomes a soothing lullaby, reminding all who listen of the enduring harmony between human ingenuity and the natural world. Beside one of these night-cooled stone channels sits the mirab, the trusted official whose task is to steward the distribution of the underground stream when the world is at rest. In the peaceful solitude of the night, when shadow covers the orchards of pomegranate and fig, time is measured not by sunbeams or mechanical gears, but by the natural weight of water itself. To measure water shares fairly through the quiet hours, Persian mirabs in oasis towns floated a tiny perforated brass bowl called a pangan in a copper basin, counting each soft, silent sink of the vessel by dropping a single pebble into an earthenware vessel. Each time the small brass dish filled through the tiny hole in its base, it sank gently to the bottom of the water with a muted, subtle murmur, marking a precise unit of time allocated to a farmer's field. With practiced grace, the mirab would lift the bowl, empty it back into the basin, and set it afloat once more, adding a smooth pebble to the clay jar beside him with a quiet clink. The soft click of stone on stone and the almost imperceptible submerged sigh of the brass bowl rhythmically paced the nocturnal rotation of the water, ensuring that every orchard and garden received its precise and equitable share without dispute or haste. This ancient water clock moved with the gentle cadence of the desert night, creating a tranquil rhythm that seemed to synchronize with the breathing of the sleeping town. As the pebbles accumulated silently in the earthenware jar, the diverted water flowed down narrow mud brick channels into dark, waiting soil, nourishing deep root systems that had endured for generations. The roots of ancient cypress trees, fragrant jasmine vines, and verdant date palms drank deeply in the dark, gathering strength for the coming morning sun. Outside the courtyard walls, the desert stretched vast and silent under a canopy of brilliant, unblinking stars. Yet within the reach of the Qanat's gentle currents, an oasis of cool calm thrived. The steady, quiet cycle of the asterisk Pangan asterisk filling, sinking and floating, anew served as a timeless reminder of balance and patience. Every element of the system, the sloping earth, the mountain water, the brass, and the stone worked in seamless unity, sustaining life through the quietest hours. As the night deepens and the air grows even stiller, the gentle murmur of the flowing water carries a soothing promise of peace, inviting mind and body to rest fully in the quiet embrace of the night. As the quiet mantle of evening settles over the vast desert, the fierce heat of the day gradually gives way to a profound and soothing stillness. Beneath the sun-warmed earth, far removed from the dry desert winds, ancient subterranean aqueducts carry cold mountain snowmelt across miles of arid terrain. These hand-dug channels, crafted with remarkable precision over centuries, allow life to flourish in places where water seems scarce and precious, emerging from the underground darkness into stone basins and open canals. The clear stream releases a subtle, refreshing coolness into the twilight air. The gentle sound of water trickling through the stone channels becomes the soft heartbeat of the oasis, guiding the thoughts toward rest as the shadows lengthen across the sand. In these quiet settlement spaces, the arrival of water at the surface is welcomed not with noise or haste, but with a sense of calm continuity, nurturing groves of pomegranates, green gardens, and dusty orchards that sleep beneath the darkening sky. In traditional desert towns like Gonabad, water managers, mirab, tracked irrigation shares using a Pangan asterisk, a floating brass bowl with a tiny bottom hole that sank softly to the basin floor every 18 minutes, marking the gentle passage of time. Sitting quietly beside a clear water basin beneath the emerging stars, the mirab observed the peaceful movement of the bowl as water crept slowly through its tiny opening. Each time the vessel settled smoothly onto the bottom, a single share of irrigation water was completed, marked gently by moving a small stone or making a simple tally mark on a wooden keeper. This humble device, relying entirely on the natural physics of buoyancy and fluid flow, measured time without the clicking of gears or the ticking of mechanical clocks. The soft, recurring submersion of the brass bowl created an unhurried cadence for the entire community, transforming the distribution of a vital resource into a meditative ritual of fairness, silence, and patience that filled the cool night with tranquility. The design of the Qanat system reflects an enduring understanding of harmony between human need and the natural landscape. Ancient master builders, known as muqannis, labored deep underground to construct gently sloping tunnels that relied solely on gravity to transport water across vast distances. By keeping the stream submerged until it reached the edge of the cultivated land, they protected every precious drop from the fierce evaporation of the desert sun. The air near the open access shafts and surface outlets remains remarkably cool, bearing the faint, sweet scent of damp soil and foliage into the surrounding dry air. Walking near these stone-lined waterways in the deep dusk, one can feel the quiet wisdom of an architecture that works alongside nature rather than against it, inviting a feeling of stillness that eases the mind after the labors of the day. As the night deepens and the constellation of stars moves silently across the dark dome of the sky, the water continues its slow, steady journey through the heart of the desert. Gardens and orchards rest peacefully in the dark, absorbing the quiet moisture that has traveled so far beneath the mountains and plains. The gentle murmur of the stream as it glides along the canals acts as a soothing lullaby, reminding us of the steady, quiet rhythms that sustain life across generations. To listen to the flow of the Qanat is to enter a state of deep rest, where time is measured not by urgency or pressure, but by the soft, rhythmic settling of water in a brass bowl and the continuous, gentle movement of a subterranean river toward the morning light. As dusk softly yields to the deep hush of night across the high Iranian plateau, a profound stillness settles over the ancient settlements scattered between mountain ranges and wide, open plains. Beneath the sun-baked soil, sheltered from the heat of the day and the chill of the evening air, subterranean streams flow with a slow, unchanging grace through miles of hand-built masonry tunnels. These hidden conduits, nurtured by mountain snowmelt, bring life to distant orchards and fields, emerging quietly into stone basins situated at the edge of quiet villages. During daylight hours, the division of water was recorded using sunlight and shadows cast upon stone markers. But as darkness wrapped around the landscape, a different harmony took hold. During silent desert nights, when sunlight timekeepers could not be read, Persian mirabs tracked nocturnal water shares. By observing the slow, steady movement of bright stars like Suhail, Canopus, across wooden siding frames set over the quiet Qanat outlet, seated peacefully beside the resting waters, the mirab would gaze up into the cloudless vault of the heavens, matching the passage of luminous stars across crafted wooden crosshairs to measure time and ensure every plot of soil received its rightful nourishment in the quiet of the night. This nightly vigil beside the Qanat outlet was marked by an overarching sense of calm, where the gentle lap of water against polished stone served as a comforting rhythm for all who lived nearby. The people of these desert landscapes understood that the water moving beneath their feet was a delicate gift from the mountains, carried across great distances through the shared labor and wisdom of their ancestors. In central Iran, the connection between a village and its Qanat was deeply personal, forged over centuries of quiet stewardship. When subterranean water flow waned in central Iranian villages near Arak and Isfahan, local communities held a gentle folk ritual called *Arasi, Qanat, Bride of the Qanat, gathering beside the stone outlet for a symbolic wedding celebration to honor the underground stream and invoke its return. Villagers brought modest offerings of flowers, sweets, and fresh grain, joining together in quiet songs of gratitude as they stood by the stone portal where the channel met the surface. Through this heartwarming tradition, the community sought to invite the stream back to its former strength, while reaffirming their collective reverence for the unseen waters. The architectural wisdom of the Qanat lies in its absolute harmony with the natural environment, drawing only what the aquifer can naturally yield without demanding artificial power. Gravity alone pulls the gentle current downhill through precisely sloped underground tunnels, ensuring that water travels miles from alluvial mountain fans to parched fields with minimal loss to evaporation. Inside these dark, cool corridors, the air remains soft and humid, shielded from scorching sun and dry desert winds. This hidden hydrology created an enduring oasis culture, where courtyard gardens filled with pomegranates and fragrant roses could thrive amidst arid terrain. The rhythmic trickling of water into subterranean storage cisterns created a cool sanctuary, where the soft whisper of the stream echoed against vaulted brickwork. As night deepens, the quiet flow of the Qanat remains unchanged, a continuous thread of life weaving through the dark earth. The stars complete their silent arcs above, while down below, the village slumbers peacefully in the knowledge that the underground stream is quietly at work. The memory of the stargazing asterisk mirabs and the gentle gathering of *Arasi, Qanat echoes through the quiet night, reminding us of a time when humanity lived in harmony with the hidden rhythms of nature. In this tranquil space, where sky and subterranean water meet, there is only a sense of profound calm and timeless rest, as the cool stream carries its soft lullaby onward through the sleeping land. For untold generations, the water of the Qanat has followed a quiet, unseen pilgrimage from the deep alluvial aquifers at the base of distant mountains down into the heart of the arid plains. High in the foothills, snowmelt filters slowly through layers of gravel and sand, gathering in cool subterranean chambers far beneath the surface. From these hidden reserves, ancient master builders, working only with simple hand tools and an intuitive understanding of the land, carved subterranean channels with incredible precision, guided by gradients so faint they seem almost imperceptible. The water glides through dark, hand-hewn tunnels lined with fired clay rings and vaulted brick. Miles beneath the sun-baked earth, where subterranean arches shield the current from the dry desert heat, the stream moves forward in perpetual darkness, undisturbed by scorching winds or seasonal drought. Vertical ventilation shafts reach upward at measured intervals, like quiet chimneys to the desert floor above, letting the earth breathe while keeping the water pure, cool, and protected. Now, after its long, silent journey through underground stone, the gentle current finally approaches the light of day, slipping softly toward the surface where the desert gives way to lush green gardens and restful shade. At the quiet surface outlets, *Makhraj, of ancient Qanats in Tabas, Persian gardeners planted shaded groves of bitter orange trees, *Naranj, directly over stone channels, creating restful microclimates where cool water evaporation mingled with sweet citrus blossoms in the evening air. Beneath the thick, protective canopy of dark, glossy leaves, the ambient temperature drops softly, wrapping the stone pathways in a damp, fragrant stillness that stands in peaceful contrast to the dry expanse beyond the orchard walls. The clear mountain water spills gently over smooth limestone rims, cascading into open reflection basins before dividing into smaller, shallow rivulets that wind gracefully around the roots of the trees. The soft, liquid sound of moving water echoes quietly through the grove, creating a rhythmic background melody that has lulled generations of travelers and villagers into deep rest. As the setting sun dips beneath the horizon, casting long amber shadows across the courtyard, the air grows cool and rich with moisture. The citrus leaves catch the faintest breath of the evening breeze, rustling softly overhead, while the water continues its endless, tranquil journey through the stone courses, carrying the freshness of the mountains to the dry earth. As the twilight fades into night and the sky transforms into a vast, silent canopy of stars, the Qanat maintains its steady, unhurried rhythm, unaffected by the burning heat of the afternoon or the stillness of midnight. The water flows on, a living testament to an ancient tradition of harmony between humanity and the natural world. The quiet trickle through the orange groves becomes a gentle, reassuring lullaby, carrying the stillness of deep mountain caves and subterranean rivers into the resting oasis. Around the stone channels, the earth settles into quiet contentment, cradled by the subterranean moisture that feeds its deep roots and the cool air that lingers beneath the branches. There is no rush in this movement, no friction, only an eternal, soothing flow that has nourished life for thousands of years. As the soft murmur of the water blends into the quiet surrounding night, the mind easily follows its peaceful path, drifting softly into rest, enveloped in the timeless and gentle flow of the Persian Qanats.